Bonjour, Anin, Matthew Kershain, Dijnikaz. Welcome to the Assembly of First Nations virtual gathering on Jordan's Principle, First Nations Innovation and Determination. Bonjour tout le monde, mon nom est Mathieu Kershain. Bienvenue à l'Assemblée des Premières Nations.
Matthew Kershain, the virtual meeting on Jordan's Principle, Innovation, Determination of the First Nations.
Three-day meeting. As is our custom, I'd like to introduce Knowledge Keeper Edmund Sackney from the Fort Albany First Nation to provide an opening prayer. Elder, the floor is all yours.
Good morning. Watch it. I'm really happy with the just a wonderful day we're having this morning. For the wonderful sunshine. Migwashnito, Nutano, Kishamanto. Oma, Pamatos, and Kina get to Benchigan, Misoevago. I also thank my great Creator for this life I have, for the life He gives, and the Creator of all things. Ogomaganesta, Miwachimo, Anige. Ushtakwak Numujamak Nagokamak, Oma Gataya Petabuk Katanamak. I also like to greet my spiritual grannies and grandpas of my ancestral land. Petabagok in our language, and in English and French it's Fort Albany. Ogamaganesta Kino, Gataya Gandeteke, Nawachimak, Kimojumak. Also to each of you, wherever you may be, whatever area, I also greet your spiritual grannies and grandpas. I'd like to take time to think of my community members of where I live. Anapisam Caprichawaste, Mingweshnatot. And I also thank the sunshine, the sun that's come to shine this morning, bringing a wonderful day. Ogamaganesta, Kino, Kapitizic, Inoaganiganiganic. I also pray for the workers, you workers, and also for our leaders. Kino Koisko Kiwitotoma Anamaganushtayanapatizm. I just want to thank you and pray for you that you handle your work in a good way. And thank you for trying to help us as well. Miss Webunichin and Wakatachi. Oma Canada for all our people right across this country called Canada. Ogamaga Nagawia Tusky, Miigwich, Itchimiigwich, Missawega Bitchiminiak, Oma, Amatizia, Amateak. And I just want to thank our Mother Earth for providing all she does so we can walk this life in a good way. Ogamaga Nesta, Kinoa, Utehuche Yemek, Nagashkatu. And I also ask all of you in this meeting to speak with your hearts as we try to look after our children. Anama Jordan Principle that in relations to the Jordan Principle, River Jordan. It's been a while since he's left us, but his spirit lives on. Miigwech. Have a good meeting.
Miigwech, Elder Sackney, for that. Always, I like how you acknowledge Jordan and set our minds for our day today. A couple of announcements. Again, my name is Matthew Kershane. I'll be your facilitator for the day. A couple of announcements before we start our day, and I'll go over the agenda a little bit for you. So do take the time to take care of yourself. It is a long day. We do ask for your attention during the entire session, to be engaged, to participate. So do take care of yourself, respect yourself. So we try to take breaks as much as we can, but sometimes we find ourselves in this virtual world with no time. So we do keep going as much as we can. So we ask that you do take care of yourself. Reminder that you can ask questions throughout the day with the waving person icon, the top right of your screen. We'll do our best to get everyone's comments and questions during the session. All questions, comments are being monitored. And if we do get to all of them during the session, if we do not get to all of them during the session, we'll be sure to follow up. So it doesn't end, the conversation doesn't end here. We will definitely follow up on all the questions that are provided. Of course, we are, with the time, we might not be able to get to all of them, but rest assured, we are going to make sure we follow up on all your questions. If you're listening via teleconference, please email any questions to Jordan's Principal Gathering at afn.ca. So JORDANS Principal PRINCIPLE Gathering GATHERING at afn.ca. This email address is provided in your confirmation email. We have staff that will be monitoring this email throughout the day. So I encourage everyone to use the email. If you cannot, use the waving hand function. We ask that you do not use the Q&A function or gathering email to share any details about a specific case or seeking coverage under Jordan's Principle. For more information about Jordan's Principle or to submit a request, please call the Jordan's Principle call center at 1-855-572-4453. We do not want any, confidential information to be showing up on a screen that everyone can see. So please use that number. We'll display that number throughout the day in terms of if you do have any requests or you're seeking coverage, so use that number. If you are having technical difficulties, we also have a number you can call throughout the day. It'll make sure from 10:30 to 3 p.m. we'll have someone there to make sure to take care of your technical issues. 1-833-236-8324. And so if you have any difficulties, please contact that number. Also want to remind everyone that the PowerPoint presentations and all the sessions are being recorded. If you are looking for information, at the bottom and middle of your screen, I believe there is a button there, an AFN button that you can press, and it'll link you directly to all the content. So you don't have to be looking for an email address or anything like that, although you probably have the afn.ca website. You can click right on the button on the bottom there, and it'll link you right to all the information you need and supporting documents for this session. So I'd like to welcome everyone. This is an opportunity to learn about Jordan's Principle implementation and to discuss the First Nation long-term vision of Jordan's Principle. It is an opportunity to hear about the history and legacy of Jordan's Principle, innovation, and First Nation self-determination over Jordan's Principle. We have a few gathering goals. To learn about the history and legacy of Jordan's Principle, to hear about First Nations innovation in Jordan's Principle, to understand the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal rulings on Jordan's Principle, and to hear from Indigenous Services Canada about their implementation of Jordan's Principle. For our speakers throughout the gathering, we'll be providing donations in their name to Jordan's Principle Scholarship, which is an award to First Nations post-secondary students who demonstrate a commitment to Indigenous children's health and community service, as well as academic commitments and achievement. The Jordan's Principle Scholarship is open now until March 31st, 2021. You can find out more on the First Nation Child and Family Caring Society's website. For more information on this gathering, you can find the detailed agenda, resources, and other on the AFN website, afn.ca, or just click the button at the bottom of your screen. Today, of the 3-day session, we'll hear from the regional chief, Kevin Hart, who will come give us an update on the activities and also the update on the Chiefs Committee on Health. We'll also hear from Dr. Cindy Blackstock, who's the Executive Director of First Nations Child and Family Caring Society. Everyone loves to hear from Cindy, so I'm sure everyone's waiting with bated breath. to hear what she has to say. We'll also hear from about a little bit on the Human Rights Tribunal today. So Stuart Wetpe, the legal counsel from the Assembly of First Nations, David Taylor, legal counsel, First Nation Child and Family Caring Society will join us, and also Sarah Clark, who is also legal counsel for the First Nation Child and Family Caring Society. So we'll get an update on the Human Rights Tribunal. And today we'll hear from Indigenous Services Canada, operational implementation updates from Dr. Valerie Gideon and Julien Castadguet, who are the Associate Deputy Minister and the Acting Director of Jordan Principle Indigenous Service Canada. Full day. I hope that everyone is well rested, got their sleep, because we'll be working here hard today. We'll send you straight to bed at 3:30, and then we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at the same time. With that, I'd like to introduce Regional Chief Kevin Hart, is the Manitoba Regional Chief and the National Portfolio Holder for the Social Development Files at the AFN, including Jordan's Principle. Please help me welcome Regional Chief Kevin Hart. Regional Chief, welcome.
Thank you, Matt. Tante, bonjour, everyone. I want to greet you, everyone from the beautiful Treaty 1 territory here on the Saugeen First Nation. Also like to thank our knowledge keeper, Elder Ed Sakaney, for his prayer and for opening us up in a beautiful way this morning. And, you know, it's always good to acknowledge the territories that everybody is here from this morning. I lift you all up for taking the time for you as participants to join us here today for an important gathering on Jordan's Principle. Jordan's Principle is named in honor of an incredibly special person, Jordan River Anderson. As many of you know, Jordan is from the Norway House Cree Nation in my home region here in Manitoba. Jordan was born with complex medical needs and did not receive the services he needed to live at home because of the governments of Canada and Manitoba, as they could not agree on who would pay for his care. Tragically, Jordan passed away at the age of 5 without ever having to live in his family's home or community because of this dispute between governments. Jordan's spirit lives on through Jordan's Principle. We must never forget this little warrior and how many lives he's touched, and even so more now here as we gather in pandemic times in 2021 in early March. Jordan's spirit lives on, as we all know, through Jordan's Principle. Jordan's Principle is a child-first legal principle that aims to ensure that all First Nation children can access products, services, and supports that they need to thrive and survive and to live, as well as when and where they need them without delay or denial. Jordan's Principle has helped First Nation children access over 790,000 supports to date and services since 2016, a remarkable legacy indeed. So, you know, for everyone out there, you know, tonight I ask you all to say a prayer for Jordan River Anderson, you know, say a prayer for his family, you know, that continue to live on in his legacy, and that, you know, we send our prayers out to them for the inspiring work that this little life has had on so many. As you know, it's not been an easy path to get here. In addition to Jordan's courageous fight, the Assembly of First Nations and the First Nation Child and Family Caring Society of Canada, among other dedicated organizations and individuals, have advocated for more than a decade at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to see that the full spirit and intent of Jordan's Principle is realized. As you know, also, for many years, the government of Canada pushed back, refusing to treat First Nations children equitably to other children in Canada. It's truly a human rights violation in itself. However, in 2016, The tribunal issued a landmark ruling agreeing that Canada was discriminating against First Nation children in its provisions of child and family services to First Nations children on reserve and in the Yukon, also in the north, and Jordan's Principle. Despite the tribunal's rulings to immediately and fully implement Jordan's Principle, it took several compliance orders to see Canada implement its full meeting and attend. While there's still some challenges, as we know, we have truly seen remarkable changes and positive outcomes stemming from Jordan's Principle. Jordan's Principle has changed the lives of First Nation children from coast to coast to coast, and is an essential part to ensuring First Nations children's wellness. It is especially true during the current pandemic, for example. Throughout the COVID-19 crisis, Jordan's Principle has remained available to support First Nations children to ensure their safety and well-being during these challenging times, and will continue. And this is something that us as leaders, chiefs, advocates alike will continue to fight for as well. We are gathering virtually this week, as you know, to honor Jordan's spirit and lift up our communities and practitioners and all of their hard work. You are forging the path of First Nations-led innovation and determination in Jordan's Principle. I lift my hands up to you, the workers that are working with the families and those working in our First Nations and in the urban centers as well, too, to ensure that, we have justice and equality for our First Nation children. Also today, we'll hear from our children's right advocate and advocate for equality for First Nation children, Dr. Cindy Blackstock, on the life and legacy of Jordan River Anderson. Dr. Blackstock brings much passion and experience, and we are so honored to have her speak here again today. We will hear about what is happening at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal also, including the recent orders on Jordan's Principle eligibility and an update on the tribunal-ordered compensation process. This is important updates that I think everybody has been waiting to listen for. So I ask everyone to, over the next 3 days, there's a lot of information to be shared. So let's be mindful, vigilant, and also with questions in that, if they're supported in that. And if we don't get to you, I'm sure that they'll be taken, and we'll try and get the questions answered as best as we could. We'll also hear from Indigenous Services Canada on their work to implement Jordan's Principle, including in the context of COVID-19. Another example, tomorrow, on our second day in our virtual gathering, we'll have the privilege of learning the first-hand experiences of First Nations and organizations that are leading the path of First Nations innovation in Jordan's Principle, including models of caring for First Nation children and their families. And we'll also hear from those who have taken over different aspects of administration in Jordan's Principle. And I know that there's a lot of First Nations out there that are looking for such examples and best practices. So I know that information will be important as well. We'll learn together about substantive equality in the context of Jordan's Principle, including what substantive equality means in a legal sense and how it can apply to requests for supports under Jordan's Principle. On our third and final day of this virtual gathering, we will learn about the importance of supporting our youth as they become adults and age out, of being able to access Jordan's Principle, including challenges and solutions, as well as a discussion on cultural-based care. As we know, when children turn 18, their needs don't stop. And that's the same thing that we need to continue to fight for when we talk about Jordan's Principle, when kids age out. And we have to continue to have that access for those resources and care for them. We'll also hear updates on two very important projects that are taking place at the national level. The first is a Jordan's Principle ombudsperson, and the other is a data regarding Jordan's Principle and service coordination. This week's agenda, as you see, is full of important learning opportunities for all of us. I know we will all walk away with new knowledge and insight to carry us on how we, work together to carry out all this important work moving forward. Our discussions this week are timely, as Jordan's Principle is now going to put forward for renewal in 2022. This means that we have an opportunity in front of us to shape what Jordan's Principle can look like. Together, we can work to ensure it is supporting our children and families in the ways that they need. We want to hear about what is working from everyone out there. We want to hear what the challenges are and how First Nations see Jordan's Principle in the future. In closing, I ask that you all, again, keep Jordan River Anderson and his family in your hearts and minds as we gather this week. The discussions we have and the work we do will create a better future for First Nation children and their families. And the work that we do in Jordan Spirits is also, in our hearts and our minds. Again, I want to thank you for all the work that you do to support our children and our families. You are the change makers and are critical to the well-being of our next generations. I thank you all, our chiefs, our leaders, our frontline people, our Jordan's Principle workers in each of the First Nations and urban centers and all the vast organizations here from coast to coast to coast. My heart and prayers are to you and your families right now. Everyone be safe, be mindful. Miigwech
Regional Chief, for that nice overview of our day. And I'm sure everyone will be tuning in for sure for the next 2 or 3 days. And, usually we save the best for last, but we're kicking it off with the best we figure off this time. We had a Regional Chief starting us off, and we're going to go right to Dr. Cindy Blackstock, which I'm sure everyone is waiting to hear from. She's a member of the Gitxsan First Nations. Cindy is the Executive Director of First Nations Child and Family Caring Society and a professor at McGill University School of Social Work. She has over 30 years experience working in child welfare and Indigenous children's rights. Welcome, Dr. Blackstock, to our conversation. We have you early, so I'm looking at my time here. We have an extra 5 minutes, so you'll have a presentation. I'll give everyone an extra 5 minutes to ask questions. So the floor is yours. Welcome, Dr. Blackstock.
Thank you, Matthew. What a great honor to join all of you from unceded Algonquin territory here in Ottawa. But I want to begin this story by paying real honor to Jordan River Anderson, to his family, and to the community of Norway House Cree Nation, who have gifted all of us with Jordan's Principle. We'll go to the next slide, please. Jordan River Anderson was born on October 22nd, 1999. You may want to put that little note in your calendar so that you could have a little bit of a sacred ceremony for his spirit on that day. He was born to Ernest Anderson and Virginia Ballantyne. Virginia is from Ballantyne First Nation, Peter Ballantyne First Nation in Saskatchewan, and of course, Ernest Anderson was from Norway House Cree Nation. Now, Jordan had medical needs. He had to stay in a hospital for over 2 years, as you all know, for medical reasons. But finally, the day came when doctors said it's okay for Jordan to go into a family home near the hospital. Let's see how he stabilizes there, and then eventually go home for Norway House. The only reason that he had to remain in a hospital is because the Canadian government, Indian Affairs and Health Canada, and the province of Manitoba would not fund his at-home care. If he was non-Indigenous, they would have paid for it. So the decision by the government's officials was not to set a precedent of equality, not to make sure that First Nations children like Jordan were treated the same as other children. That wasn't the precedent they were concerned about. The precedent they were concerned about is that their department or government would pick up a cost that the other government was responsible for. And sadly, we know that despite the pleadings of Jordan's family, leadership from his community and from the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, and also even Jordan's medical team that he go to a family home and not grow up in a hospital, the federal government left him there for over 2.5 years. And as his sister, Jerlene Anderson, said, in the end, Jordan died of a broken heart. And he passed away at the age of 5, never having seen a family home. And that was on February 2nd, 2005. The photo that you're seeing there is the last photo of Jordan taken before he passed. And the object that he's touching there is the Stanley Cup when it came to visit Winnipeg's Children's Hospital. So when you see this image, know that this is a very sacred image for the family. Next slide, please. These are some of Jordan's family members, and I just really want to honor them for the gift of Jordan's principle. In the picture, you see Jordan's oldest sister, Jerlene Anderson, his dad, Ernest Anderson, and also his aunt from Peter Ballantine First Nation. And all of these people came together with a common pledge, and that is to say, what happened to Jordan ought not happen to any other child in ever. And that's why they gifted us with Jordan's principle. I still have a paper actually back in the office signed by the dad, just giving us permission to use the name Jordan's principle. At this point, I just want to remind all of us to please not use an acronym JP under any circumstances. The family and the elders of Norway House Cree Nation have reminded us all that we are obligated to say Jordan's full name, Jordan's principle, as a way of honoring this little boy and calling his spirit whenever we're using Jordan's principle. So for me, Jordan's principle is a sacred obligation. It's not, can't be reduced to a legal ruling or a program or anything else like that. It really is a sacred obligation. Next slide, please. I want to take a moment to talk about equity and why Jordan's principle is so important within this framework. When we talk about self-determination, you can think about governments being willing to recognize First Nations rights, say, to make lawmaking in child welfare or health or whatever. That's one part of it. But what is key to self-determination is having culturally based equity. Equity allows for the implementation of First Nations laws in ways that are sustainable and that achieve the goals of keeping children healthy, happy, and proud of who they are. This is a report by the Pan American Health Organization on health equity and inequity, and it specializes in perceptions of Indigenous peoples as well as persons of Afro descent. What it does is it brings together all of the good evidence on equity. For example, it is the closest thing to a silver bullet we have in any kind of health, social science, or education thing is if we reduce the inequalities in our own society, then we will have a whole array of positive outcomes. Reductions in health concerns, improvements in education, improvements in the economy, reductions of persons who are incarcerated, reductions in mental health concerns, reductions in substance misuse, all from that reducing inequalities. And that really, at the end of the day, is what Jordan's principle is about. And that's why it's so vital that it not only continues, but it expands. I'd also say that we have to be very cautious when governments say that they're going to affirm a right for lawmaking in First Nations, and that we'll talk about the money later. That kind of conversation is very unhelpful because you need not only the law, but the resources to implement that law. And both have to go together as part of the same conversation. Next slide, please. So I want to just say that before Jordan's principle, there were so many reports on the books that showed the inequalities that First Nations children experience, showed that those needed to be remedied by the federal government. And the federal government had the same kind of series of responses. Either they would persecute the person, regardless of their credibility, they would dismiss or minimize those things, or they would do a piecemeal response. Often all of this would follow by the government doing yet another study to document the same problem, reiterate the same solution, but it gave them political cover for actually not remedying the inequalities. So all of these inequalities that Jordan experienced and the discrimination he experienced was in fact experienced by far too many First Nations children, young people, back to Confederation, including in the residential schools. So the key thing for reconciliation and changing things for children and young people is not about coming up with new answers. It's about implementing the answers that are already on the books, particularly when it comes to governments. Next slide. So I was one of those people, this is confession time for Cindy. I was one of those people that back in the 1990s thought, well, I'm going to sit around with some First Nations experts who have a lot more experience than I do, and we're going to sit down there at the federal government and show them these inequalities in child welfare, show them how these jurisdictional disputes were meaning that kids were not getting the services they needed. And then they're going to do something about it because they're going to be faced with the evidence of the problem and the harms to kids. Well, we did all of that back in June of 2000 with the Assembly of First Nations and with representatives from First Nations communities all over the country and the government. And that report is what's called the Joint National Policy Review. It's the earliest kind of recent mention of these jurisdictional disputes and the impacts on kids. So there's a recommendation to address the jurisdictional disputes arising from this 2000 report. And this 2000 report is the one that found that the child and family service funding offered by the federal government was about 22% less. Now, you need to look at that child and family service funding inequity along with the inequalities in education, early childhood, family wellness services, recreation. So all of these inequalities were piling up on the hopes and dreams of children and families, making it far more likely that children would be removed from their families and placed in care. We also then had a second report when the federal government did not act on the first one. Still a believer that they're going to take action. We did a very detailed report. This was led by 20 leading researchers, including 5 economists led by, and I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the late John Loxley, who we sadly passed away last year, but was the chief economist on the Wande reports. And what we found by then is that the funding shortfall in child and family had grown. Now, First Nations kids were only getting 70 cents on the dollar. But this is the report where Jordan's principle first appears in print, because it was published in 2005. So we had the problem being identified in 2000 and the government not acting on it. And then the tragedy of Jordan's death sparks the first mention in print of Jordan's principle in 2005 in the Wande reports. So that's how long it's been going on. Now, the government in both these cases said they liked the reports. We got letters from Minister Nault, I think it was, on the first one, Prentice on the second, saying how good these reports were, and they're reviewing them. And therein lies one of the persistent responses by government, is they write these reports, they'll commission the report, and then they won't implement the answer. And that's what led us in the Assembly of First Nations to file the human rights complaint, is their inaction. Their choice, by the way, to be inactive. It wasn't a failure of the system to respond. It was a deliberate, well thought out approach to continue the discrimination by the federal government, even though they knew the harms to children and their families. Next slide. So the case was filed in 2007. It was actually 14 years ago on February 23rd. So I guess we're into our 15th year. If this case was a child, next year we would be looking forward to that child taking driver's training. So that gives you a sense about how long this case has been going on. And it's important to know that we're talking about children here. So like 15 years in a life of a child is an extraordinary long period of time to try and suffer under discrimination. So when we filed the case, the federal government relied on legal technicalities to get it dismissed. They weren't interested in talking about the merits of the discrimination. But those efforts were unsuccessful. We went all the way to the Federal Court of Appeal on Canada's motions to dismiss on jurisdictional grounds. And the trial itself began in 2013. It took 2 years for the trial. over 72 days of hearings, 25 witnesses, and over 500 documents. Most of the evidence that demonstrated the discrimination and Canada's failure to implement Jordan's principle, as well as child and family, came from the federal government's own documents. So in 2016, we get the ruling that the federal government is in fact racially discriminating against First Nations children, and they're ordered to stop. Now, this is important. So Jordan's principle then becomes a legal imperative for Canada, but it wasn't the first legal imperative. The first legal imperative was thanks to the courageous efforts of Marina Beadle from Pictou Landing First Nation and the Pictou Landing First Nation itself that took Canada to federal court in 2013 for the federal government's failure to provide Marina's son Jeremy with adequate services under Jordan's principle. So there's that federal court decision, and then 3 years later, the tribunal says this discrimination in Jordan's principle goes beyond Jeremy. It goes across all First Nations kids in Canada. Next slide. Now, to give you a sense of how ingrained this discrimination is in the federal government, I just want to turn to this. So when we had the Wande reports and Jordan's principle in 2005, that was followed by the House of Commons passing a motion supporting Jordan's principle in 2007. That was unanimously voted in. What did that do? That prompted inside of Indian Affairs bureaucrats to try and figure out a way of denying all the Jordan's principle cases, but still looking like they're adhering to Jordan's principle. So they created a definition that required multiple service providers. They restricted it to health, and you had to have multiple disabilities. And then they overlaid that with a whole pile of obscure process issues. There was nowhere to call if you wanted to file a Jordan's principle case. There was nowhere to contact anybody. But despite this, a few cases seeped into the federal system. And one of those cases was regarding a 4-year-old little girl, and she required some dental surgery. So she goes in, she's quite healthy, and something goes tragically wrong. And that same 4-year-old little girl ends up being in a very serious condition. And she requires a hospital bed to keep her at a particular incline so she won't suffocate. So this request makes it through all this obscurity at the federal government to go into the officials in the department. It went through the hands of 15 different public servants before someone writes on there, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I am someone who believes in the goodness of people and the goodness of people in the public service, but this was really, truly horrendous, is the only word I can find that even comes close to it. It lacked a total lack of humanity in the response. And this little girl was not alone. In fact, we saw tracking documents and Excel spreadsheets where the department would come to attention of other cases, like young people needing insulin pumps, young people needing palliative care supplies. And there was a column at the right, and they would say that cases were resolved if the child had waited so long that they became an adult, or B, if the child in fact had died waiting. Both of those counted as resolutions. And yet, when Michael Wernick, who was then the deputy minister, later the Privy Council clerk under the Trudeau government, heard about the bureaucrats and their successful efforts in being able to thwart the litigation being brought by Marina Beadle, withstand critiques about their failure to implement Jordan's principle from the Canadian Pediatric Society, from First Nations, from a whole array of professionals, they thought, well, let's nominate these employees for the Deputy Minister's Recognition Award. And this form actually has a whole narrative section about how these bureaucrats withstood all of these critiques. And these folks actually were rewarded for their behavior in 2011. So discrimination in the federal public service was award-winning. It wasn't just normative. And that's very important for people to understand, because what we're trying to do now is unwind that way of thinking, those practices that allowed for that discrimination to continue. So next slide, please. So here's the tribunal's decision. And interestingly enough, one of the things that the tribunal panel finds is a consistency in the response of the federal government to complaints about the way that the residential schools are being operated and the impacts on children. Canada had a very similar response to those, as it's continuing to respond to First Nations children and inequities as of 2016. These are my words, not the tribunal. The tribunal uses the word old mindset. But in my view, what was happening in both these instances is when evidence of alarming behavior towards children came to the surface of the federal government, they too often would respond as if it's a public relations matter. And so they would marshal all the resources of the public service to defend against what they saw was a public relations matter, versus really looking at the merits of the complaint and amending their own actions accordingly to correct any harms that might be coming to kids. So this is the moment when we get the tribunal decision. Ministers Bennett and Wilson-Raybould come out, they welcome the decision, and then they did exactly what had been done before. They did nothing. Next slide. So they did nothing on Jordan's Principle until July of that year, of 2016. Then they launched another very narrow definition that said that it was only for children with acute illnesses, or long-term illnesses and disabilities. So kids with things like cancer weren't eligible. That had to be overturned by an order in 2018. And we also had to press, along with the Assembly of First Nations and others, for them to set up a telephone line so that people could call and let them know about Jordan's Principle needs. Now, just for everyone's information, these lines operate 24 hours around the clock. All you need is a professional note. That could be from a teacher, from a doctor, from a nurse. If it's a cultural service, from a community authorized elder or knowledge keeper, about what the child's needs are, how that service will meet those needs. Then you need the permission of the guardian, and you can call in to make a Jordan's Principle referral. If the child is experiencing an urgent case, meaning something might happen to the child that's very serious within the next 12 hours, or the child's in palliative care, make sure you mention that the case is urgent to the person on the phone and have them recorded as an urgent case, because that means the department has to determine that case within 12 hours. That is very, very important, because we don't want to see children being denied, for example, mental health treatments that may save their lives because of bureaucratic processes. The order in 2018 also included timeframes for individual cases being 48 hours to determine, and group cases, where if you have a group need, then that grows to 7 days to determine it. There's been real uneven adherence to those timeframes. It's been something that's quite problematic in some regions. So we are continuing to press forward with the department to try and push them more towards compliance in these areas. And we're hoping to have an ombuds function where you can call and let them know about your concerns, but we'll get to that in a minute. Next slide. So here's one of the compliance issues, is the uneven implementation of Jordan's Principle across different regions. You can see in Manitoba that if you're a First Nations kid there, the per capita allotment would be you're likely to get 3.88 services under Jordan's Principle. But if you're in British Columbia, it's 0.13. That's all you're getting. This is 2020 data. So there's a couple of things happening where we need to make sure that the regions are interpreting the orders as they're intended. Number one, that they're not restricting it to what other kids get, because under Jordan's Principle, First Nations kids are eligible for what we call substantive equality services, meaning services they need to have the same outcomes as other kids, right? They've been shortchanged so long, it's going to take extra services and supports to make sure that they have the same outcomes as other kids. And we find the regional interpretation of that varies quite significantly. Another piece is around being able to determine what the needs are of kids and not overturning those critical professional notes that are coming in from cultural providers or from teachers or from doctors or nurses. The federal government does not have expertise to overturn those notes. Those professionals are given the authority to say, this is the child, this is the service that's needed, and they should be funding it on that basis. So there's some concerns there, and we're going to be trying to even this out. Next slide, please. We had a wonderful decision from the tribunal just before the end of last year, and that was regarding non-status kids who are recognized by their nations. Now, we have been, Canada's been taking the position that it only wants to provide Jordan's Principle to children who are registered under the Indian Act. I personally think that's one of the most racist acts. It's got to go the way of the dodo bird. We have the Royal Commission Aboriginal Peoples recommendation. Let's get on it and get rid of that thing. And in the meantime, First Nations children ought not be denied because Canada has not done its work of getting rid of the Indian Act. So this order says that non-status children off reserve who are recognized by their nations are eligible for Jordan's Principle. Here's another important point. The recognition is only for Jordan's Principle. It's not for housing, it's not for other things. You're only recognizing for the purposes of Jordan's Principle. The third important point, there's funds available for First Nations and First Nations organizations to be able to develop these recognition processes. You may say, for example, it's our health authority in our community that's going to be doing this, or child welfare organization. But there's funds there for you to do it. And the other key point is that Jordan's Principle is not a fixed budget program, meaning but by recognizing other children who are members of your nation but not registered under the Indian Act, that doesn't mean that the other kids get less. Canada has to spend the amount of money that is required to make sure all children benefit from Jordan's Principle. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, 3 days before Christmas, the federal government decided it's going to try to overturn that order. And it also released a very interesting press release saying that the government's decided to expand Jordan's Principle to include these kids. So that doesn't make sense to me. Why would you agree to implement the order and yet still be appealing the order and wanting to overturn it? So nonetheless, they are trying to overturn this order, and the Assembly of First Nations, the Caring Society, Chiefs of Ontario, Anishinaabe Nation, and Amnesty International will all be appearing at that hearing. The Congress of Aboriginal Peoples was granted intervener status, so they'll be there as well. And the hearings are on the week of June 14th to 18th, 2021. So the struggle to honor Jordan's spirit and his legacy continues. Next slide. Compensation is another issue. The Tribunal in 2009 found that Canada willfully and recklessly discriminated against First Nations children and their families by really creating unnecessary family separations, as well as by discriminating against kids in Jordan's Principle. So the tribunal ordered maximum damages allowable under the Canadian Human Rights Act of $40,000 to these eligible victims. And they ordered Canada to consult with the Caring Society and AFN to develop a process to distribute it. Keep in mind that unlike in residential schools in the 60s group, what we're dealing with here are largely children. They're still children. There are some adults because of the long-term nature of this discrimination, but many of the recipients are children themselves. So we actually have received the final compensation order. We did that framework agreement. Canada, however, has filed for judicial review of that decision too. It wants to quash all financial compensation under that tribunal order. So we will be going to hearing on June 14th to the 18th. That same week as we're going to hear the Jordan's Principle review, this will be dealt with as well. I want to just kind of note that during the pandemic, we actually had to litigate against Canada on compensation for children who had died during the period of Canada's discrimination. Canada did not want to pay these kids any compensation. We felt that was immoral, frankly disgraceful, because Canada's position would amount to it discriminating against children in ways that made it at least more likely that they would die. And then when the child died, the Canada wanted to save money by not paying their estate's discrimination. Fortunately, the tribunal agreed with all of us, and though the estates of children and families who have died who would otherwise are eligible are included in that compensation order. But that's the same compensation order Canada is still trying to defeat in federal court. Next slide, please. The Parliamentary Budget Officer just released a report on compensation for Jordan's Principle, and you're going to see in there that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has a range, $2 billion on the short end and $15 billion at the top. And that range depends on the interpretation of one of the orders. However, there is a new order that was issued on in February by the Tribunal that shows that the definition that ought to be used as legal basis for awarding compensation under Jordan's Principle lends itself more closely to the $15 billion figure. Now, Canada is complaining. They say that's too much money. My response to that is that the amount of money has increased to $15 billion because Canada has discriminated against so many children. But at the level of the victim of that discrimination, that child who is unnecessarily removed, or the child who is denied life-saving services or life wellness services just because of their race, those children will only get a maximum of $40,000. And if Canada thinks that's too much money, then what do they think is reasonable for being unnecessarily separated from your family? They've never had a proper answer for that. I feel that they need to pay these children the $40,000 they're owed, plus whatever they can get out of a class action. The other interesting thing is for First Nations who are drawing down their legislation per the Act respecting First Nations children, youth, and families. Canada has been very fuzzy about what happens with funding per the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders once that jurisdiction has been drawn down. On March 5th, they finally provided some clarity, although there's some vagueness here too. It says that Canada views the CHRT orders on child and family services as being separate from Jordan's Principle, and say that First Nations who draw down jurisdictions still have access to Jordan's services. But here's where some vagueness is. For services not covered under the coordination agreement. So if you use something like prevention, and you have a child with autism, for example, that requires a very high needs program, there could be some debate about whether or not federal government feels that that's already within your funding envelope. So I think there needs to be a lot of more clarity about not covered under the coordination agreement. Next slide, please. So there's this class action. There's actually two of them. The Caring Society is not involved in either. The first one was filed by Xavier Moucham, who is a youth in care from Quebec, as well as the late Marina Beadle. Now her son, Jonathan Beadle, is Muskogwe, is actually taking up the championing of the case on behalf of Marina, versus the Attorney General of Canada. Then the AFN filed a separate class action, and they're seeking to combine those class actions. They include some of the same victims as the CHRT, but there are some differences. So for the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, Canada is still liable for compensation for children who continue to be removed even as of today. Whereas for the class action, they have an end date to that. For the class action, they also are going back to 1991, but there seems to be only negotiating from 2007 forward for right now. That other group may come later. So my big information item is that, in my view, Canada is a repeat offender when it comes to First Nations kids. It ought to pay the penalties it owes these children under the Human Rights Act, and then additionally through the compensation mechanisms offered through the class action. And there's a link to one of the class actions where you can find out more information. Next slide, please. There's a wonderful report that was done by young people about accountability mechanisms, and we really wanted to include First Nations, Métis, and Inuit young people, their reflections about how to build an ombuds function for Jordan's principles, so that navigators in the community, parents, leadership had somewhere to go to say, look, we don't think our case is being heard right or dealt with right. We need to have your support in dealing with the Government of Canada. They've done this excellent report. I really recommend that all First Nations leadership read it. It is great accountability mechanism back to nation members, also for provinces and territories. We will be looking at it as part of the ombuds function. Next slide. So what's changed? Well, thanks in Jordan's name, over 800,000 services and products have gotten out to First Nations kids that otherwise wouldn't have been delivered. And the First Nations child welfare budget is increased by by 100%. I should say that First Nations children on reserve served by First Nations agencies, the number of children in care is dropping thanks to their efforts and thanks to the efforts of the communities. Where we're still seeing quite a bit of removals is off reserve. So we need to tackle that jurisdiction. Next slide, please. What's left to do? Well, we are still going to litigate against those judicial reviews. We have long-term reform for both Child and Family and Jordan's Principle. One of the things I really want to deal with is the fact that Jordan's Principle should not end when it's 18. The Vienne Commission in Quebec has recommended ongoing supports. I absolutely think those are important. We've seen too many children cut off from really important supports just because they had a birthday, and that ought not to be happening. We're going to be working with Naomi Metallic and Hadley Friedland on the ombuds function, and we have some long-term reform. I think the tribunal, we've been getting recent indications that they want to kind of wrap this case up. I think that we need to get these things tied up and made into enforceable orders fairly quickly. Next slide. So there's the Act Respecting First Nations Children and Families. It's part of it, as those cautions are on funding. I just want to remind you that in our submissions to the non-compliance motion that we filed, Canada provides some information on that. Next slide. But it's still vague, so be cautious. Here are some of the patterns of the discrimination. The key one here is that Canada continues to underfund every service. 65% of the Jordan's Principle cases that are approved are for formal equality. We need the Spirit Bearer plan to address all those inequalities so that Jordan's Principle is actually dealing just with substantive equality. Next slide, please. And when you're looking at the inequalities, it's really key that that formal equality is a base for all of your service delivery, including child welfare. First Nations kids should not have to apply to get the basic services every other kid gets for granted. Canada ought to be looking at the systemic gaps and fixing those within First Nations by providing adequate resources. Next slide. So we have this wonderful film on Jordan's Principle. It's an animated by Spotted Fawn Productions. You can take it into your communities. It's 23 minutes long. Get a hold of us at the Caring Society. It's a way of educating everybody about Jordan's Principle. And one more slide, and then I'll be done. On May 10th, we all have an opportunity to honor Jordan River Anderson by Bear Witness Day. Teddy bears were Jordan's favorite animal, toy rather. So we bring bears to work, school, or daycare to honor Jordan River Anderson and spread the word about Jordan's Principle. So please do that. And I just really want to thank all of you and the Assembly of First Nations for this opportunity of sharing this very little, special little boy's story and the wonderful legacy his spirit has made.
Thank you, Dr. Blackstock. Awesome presentation. I do have one question, and maybe it's something, just a little clarification. When you had the per capita service per product, I was wondering what's the ideal number? Like, you have a low number and a very high number, and I was trying to understand what that meant.
Right. What we're trying, all we can gauge from that is because Jordan's principle is supposed to really meet unmet needs for children, right? And so it's not that we would want to see absolutely the same thing across the regions, but what we don't want to see are huge gaps in one region getting more services approved and then another region almost none. Because that suggests that the problem is in the system and the application of Jordan's principle. And in the case of British Columbia, for example, like in Manitoba, there were really leaders about setting up community navigators to help families make applications. But that wasn't available in BC in the same way. So there were less applications getting through, and those that were getting through were not getting approved at the same rate.
Okay, so it has nothing, like, I'm just thinking because they're addressing them, then there's no application. So that could that also be a factor? But what you're saying is that because they don't have those processes, perhaps they're not accessing the services they need.
That's right. And then we have, remember that piece I was talking about, the formal equality. 65% of the approved cases are for things that other kids get as a matter of course. But so this is a real problem that we're facing, because for families right now, regardless of where they are, they're going to have to apply to get a service that other kids take for granted. Their families don't have to apply for it. That's where we need the Spirit Bear plan to plug those holes.
Thank you. One of the inequalities you addressed, one of the things that are still outstanding, or one of the is the off reserve. Yeah. And those communities who perhaps are disconnected. And then there was that other issue around nation recognition. And I'm wondering the challenges around nation recognition, especially for those families or children who are no longer connected to community. I guess maybe that's a consequence where you see the issues around the systemic issues around off community. Is that one of the areas that a lot of work has to yet to be done? And I'm wondering, is there work being done around the capacity of communities to undertake that role? And I know you said that perhaps it's through their agency, the Child and Family Agency, or another health agency, perhaps, that might happen. But I'm wondering just the huge problems that would be. I'm thinking like someone out of province, I'm thinking like my example is I find some children who have aged out or in Montreal, but they're from Saguenay, and they have no idea who their family is, their connection is. So I'm wondering about that nation recognition and the challenges that presents.
Right. It is a big challenge. And for nations who are going, affirming their jurisdiction in child welfare, this is a real live question that they're facing right now. I think this order under Jordan's principle provides you with a little bit of an opportunity, a good opportunity to start taking on that challenge. Thinking about what were your traditional ways of recognizing nation members. The Indian Act was not it, right? We all come from nations that had different processes for knowing who is a member of our communities well before the Indian Act ever came around. So we need to be able to do the adequate community-based research to determine what those processes are. And then on the other side, as you're pointing out, Matthew, one of the big needs that we have across the country are repatriation services. Right? Like there's just such a patchwork of services to be able to connect people back to their communities who have been severed from those relationships due to colonialism. And this is another thing that people could look at in terms of that funding that's offered under that Jordan's principle order. And really also for leadership out there who are listening, please advocate with the federal government to drop its judicial reviews. Like, why is the federal government just continuing to litigate against our kids? They need to stop this litigation and allow this order to stand, because this is going to be very key for the success of C-92 as well. If we're not able to provide child and family services under our own laws to nation members off reserve, remember what I was saying is that the child welfare numbers are actually dropping on reserve, but they're going up off reserve where there's non-Indigenous service providers. We're not going to be able to solve this problem.
And I'm thinking about just the capacity requirement, the conversation you have to have at the community level, that whole nation building. I think it was even part of the child and family or the C-92 conversation around, are communities ready to undertake this kind of jurisdiction? And then I guess that's one of the considerations. Are you able to identify those who have lost their connection to the community. And I'm just thinking, it being challenged in Quebec and being challenged in other jurisdictions. Therefore, our jurisdiction is already being challenged before we even assume the jurisdiction. So I'm wondering how this all plays with Jordan's principle, with a First Nations jurisdiction stepping in, or then they have a province, a First Nation, and a federal jurisdiction. So I guess the principle stays the same, but you just have an added jurisdiction.
Right. And one of the things that we do at the Caring Societies, we have something called Touchstones of Hope, which was created by First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and Native American peoples and allies back in 2005. It's a way of really reclaiming your community vision about what healthy children and families are. And I think that you need to have that community-based vision, because through colonialism, that's become fractured in many communities, because of residential schools, et cetera. So that communal vision of what a healthy family and child looks like needs to be brought together. And that Touchstones process is a way of being able to do that within your nation. Once you have that, then you can start to think about what are the institutions and supports that need to be available to achieve that vision. And that would include, you could also see from that vision what your traditional laws were, including those laws about who was a member of your community and how they would be dealt with. So that is very, very critical. One of my critiques of C-92 is that it's a child welfare law. And the reason I say that might surprise people is because when we have worked with First Nations across Canada to do these Touchstones of Hope visions of what a healthy family and child is, what comes out of that is not a child welfare law. It's a family law or a clan law that comes out that includes all the holistic parts of children and families. And a child welfare law by itself is a colonial piece. We're only drawing down one piece of jurisdiction around children and families. And it's absolutely critical that there's the adequate resources there to make that law a reality over the short and long term. It has not gone by me that Canada decided to affirm First Nations jurisdiction and child welfare at the same time it's so strongly litigating against First Nations children through the Tribunal.
Right. I mean, I guess the question that I have is how you keep your energy up, because it seems that you will have to always consistently watch for the angle that the government's going to take to try to diminish their responsibility. It's almost like you have to be on top of that all the time. So I'm thinking your comfy living room is probably one way to relax and recharge, because this work must be exhausting.
I think that the most important thing is to keep thinking about the kids. That's why Spirit Bear is so important to me, Matthew. All the rest of this is noise. But the question is, have we made a difference for that child and their family in their community in a way that they would self-define as being positive? And just meeting some of these children and families who have been benefited by Jordan's spirit, that's been enough to pick me up on my crabby days. And when I get super crabby, I just rely on bath bombs and Hawkins cheesies, and that usually gets me through it. I really consider it a privilege to work in a community of others around trying to make real some of these hard-fought battles that people before me have fought to try and get equity for our kids. But my plea to all of us is, let's not stop drinking the toxic potion of incremental equality. We cannot be satisfied with lifting boil water advisories when we have schools that are in crummy conditions. Our kids are worth the money, and they're worth the effort, and they're worth the sacrifice. And the minimum standard is that they have culturally based equity across all of these services. This is our number one order of business, as far as I'm concerned. Because if we raise a healthy generation of children and families, they'll take on all the treaty and land rights issues. They'll do a bang-up job better than us. But our number one obligation is to them.
I'm always curious to see what, I probably won't see it, but the 2-year-old no longer burdened with the colonial framework and what they might think about when they become in positions of power, and what will their nation look like without this kind of, being trapped in this mindset?
Yeah, and you know what? And I think our advocacy approaches have somehow not been trapped by colonialism too. There's been this idea, and I was part of that, as I revealed during my talk. You can feel like the only way you can make difference with the federal government is by putting up a roadblock or by negotiating with them. And what I have been taught by so many people, made to understand rather, is that governments don't create change, they respond to change. And that's why we have this two-pronged strategy of talking to the Canadian public and engaging the Canadian public, and particularly Canadian children, in real action to redress these injustices while we litigate in court. Because if we create a scenario in the public that it no longer tolerates this discrimination for First Nations children, then no government, regardless of political party, will be able to perpetrate it. That's a real key piece. And sometimes I hear governments, even today, they'll say to me, oh, Cindy, we can't implement all equality because you're going to have to go out there and help us make the public case. I said, no. I have been all over this country, normally pre-COVID. Matthew and I would see each other at airports quite often. And I'd be talking to people like on the far right of politics. And even they see it. They see the inequality. They don't think it's fair. Sometimes they're skeptical, and I have to pile on a few Auditor General's reports before they get it. But once they do, they understand it's wrong. In this case, the Canadian public is way out in front of the government. And what we need to do is push the government to make sure that that equity is in place for these kids so that we can achieve that dream that you're talking about, Matthew, is that 2-year-old who's dreaming only about the possibilities in life and not about how to fight for basic equity and basic rights.
The question I have from the group is that, is it possible to purchase a spirit bear or screen the film in honor of Jordan for May 10th? Yes,
it is. And in fact, we're going to have a public viewing. But if you wanted to do a community viewing, just get a hold of us at info@fncaring.society.com. That's info@fncaring.society.com. There is only one spirit bear because that bear has been held by all kinds of children, including at the Norway House annual parade of teddy bears for Jordan River Anderson. But we do have an ambassador program, Matthew, where people can apply to host one of our bears as an ambassador, one of Spirit Bear's relatives, but the bear comes with a work plan. So you have to teach the bear your language and your culture. You have to work with elders and the children to have a naming ceremony for your bear. Your bear has to have regalia. It has to show up at all the community events. And the bear, of course, takes part in all these activities throughout the year the Caring Society has to advance First Nations children's rights. So if you're interested in our ambassador program and getting one, we have a bunch of them at the office right now. And thankfully, because of social distancing, we're able to be in the office. Get a hold of us. Let us know that you're signing up for all the obligations that come with an ambassador. And then we'll send you one in the mail, and you'll be able to have your own bear to watch the Spirit Bears movie.
Well, that is awesome. I'm sure everyone's writing that down right now. I'm also thinking that with that bear and the pressure that's on that ambassador, that they might also need bath salts after the evening. So there's a requirement to make sure you massage your bear, take care of your bear, and make sure it has an opportunity to relax and recharge for the next day.
Exactly. And spiritual ceremonies are a must, right? You know, that's a lot of pressure for any little bear to carry. So make sure that you have him smudged and all the rest of the stuff.
Perfect. Well, I do want to thank you, Dr. Blackstock. You're always energizing our meetings. You always get everyone to think and to look and to learn. So I do want to appreciate your joining us today. So miigwech, do take care of yourself, and hopefully we'll be vaccinated and seeing each other live soon. So miigwech, thank you very much, Dr. Blackstock.
Good spirits and good health, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Blackstock. I mean, I would want to follow that act. So no pressure.
Thanks a lot.
No pressure on our law talking people here in terms of our panel coming up next. But still, Very important information. I see everyone's ready to go. We have our panel assembled here for our next panel, which is update on the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. I'm joined by Stuart Wetke, who is the legal counsel from the Assembly of First Nation, David Taylor and Sarah Clark, who are legal counsel First Nation Child and Family Caring Society. They'll be providing us a presentation. I'm hopefully they have it all set out in terms of who's going to be talking and when and what they're doing. So they're all set to go. Afterwards, we'll have our Q&As. Once again, we have that little hand up guy on or person on the screen. So do use that. I'm getting all the questions here, so I'll bring them back to the panel. With that, panel, the floor is all yours.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Stuart Wetke. I'm General Counsel with the Assembly of First Nations. I'm here in Ottawa, and I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation. And I'm happy to speak to you today about recent jurisprudence with respect to child welfare reform and reform of Jordan's Principle. So next slide. So the Canadian Human Rights Complaint. So this complaint was filed by the Assembly of First Nations and the First Nation Child and Family Caring Society. And it was filed in 2007 with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. And essentially at that time, the Assembly of First Nations and the First Nation Child and Family Caring Society were arguing that First Nation child welfare agencies were being provided with inequitable levels of funding by Canada. And this underfunding amounted to discrimination in the provision of services on the grounds of race, national, and ethnic origin. And we noted in our complaint that the funding itself was based on assumptions and not actual needs of First Nation communities. The funding also created a perverse incentive which placed First Nations children into care. And for many First Nations children, there was no option other than to put First Nation children into care. The Government of Canada also provided a little nor funding for prevention services for least disruptive measures, and it lacked key elements for funding of providing child welfare services on reserves, including substandard salaries, capital infrastructure, information technology. They didn't pay for legal costs, travel, remoteness was inadequately funded, intake and investigation were also disproportionately underfunded. Next slide. So why we chose to file within the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, we had many options as far as filing a complaint against Canada. And ultimately we chose the Human Rights Tribunal essentially because human rights laws have been characterized to have this quasi-constitutional status. Essentially, it places the human rights legislation on a higher level than most federal legislation. Obviously, not as high as the Constitution itself, but it shares many characteristics you would find in the Constitution. So where there are conflicts that arise between legislation and regulations or policies of the federal government, and those are contrary to the human rights legislation, human rights laws tend to have paramountcy with respect to any conflicts that arise. Also, the human rights tribunals across Canada have a broad range of remedial powers that they can enforce change with for discriminatory practices, whether it's through corporations, individuals, government bodies, that type of thing. And they also have the power to compel the discriminator to take reasonable steps to end the discrimination and also to bring it in compliance with human rights standards across Canada. Next slide. So remedies under the CHRT. So under Section 53 of the Human Rights Act, the tribunals themselves have a broad range of discretionary powers that they can have to end discrimination. First of all, they can establish orders that requires a discriminatory person to cease the discriminatory practices. They can pass orders to prevent similar practice from occurring in the future. We can make orders with respect to lost wages if you lost wages in context of a labor dispute. Or they can also order monetary awards to cover expenses resulting from the discriminatory action. They can also provide compensation for pain and suffering. especially where the compensation was willful or reckless. Next slide. So the Human Rights Tribunal itself has a number of mechanisms. So it can order individual type of remedies to end discriminatory practices, and it can also deal with systemic remedies. When the AFN and the Caring Society filed the human rights complaint before the tribunal, it essentially was a systemic issue. You had this government program that was really discriminating against First Nation children and families and First Nation communities in general. And this problems were systemic, meaning that the inadequacies of the program itself applied across Canada, applied to every family, that type of thing, where really the whole operational mechanism of the program itself had these inherent flaws in it that resulted in a large number of children being put into foster care or state care. So really, when we looked at the viable options in choosing to go before the Human Rights Tribunal, we looked at the various remedies that would be available. And the Human Rights Tribunals, of course, have the power to order systemic remedies. And that's to ensure that, there's some of the practices, attitudes, or policies or procedures that affect certain groups can be dealt with. And they also to ensure that the whole group itself, not just particular individuals, but the whole group itself will not face the same insidious barriers that previous generations have faced. And systemic remedies can include requirements for the to respond and carry out certain acts or activities in order to bring them within human rights standards. And remedies can be designated or designed solely to redress specific discriminatory practices. Now, in the context of child welfare for First Nations, in the tribunal process itself, we recognize that some of the systemic barriers or some of the systemic problems that First Nations encountered really were long-standing ones, going right back to the Indian residential school system. And in that process, of course, First Nations children were taken from their homes under the guise of education, and they were basically institutionalized at a very early age. They weren't taught how to be good parents. Many of the interpersonal skills that we have in families and communities were basically robbed from them. And when these people, of course, graduated from school or went back to the communities, they lacked a number of skills. When they started having children, sort of you can see the process repeating where parenting was not as traditional as it used to be, and one's place in the community was, somewhat impacted by attendance at residential schools. But then child welfare, of course, came in and they said, well, you're not a good parent, mainly because these people went to Indian residential schools. And they said, because you're not a good parent or because you can't provide for your children, we're going to have to put them into state care. So the system itself perpetuated. So a lot of the origins of the current child welfare crisis in Canada is a result and can be traced back to the Indian residential school system in its entirety. So we looked at developing systemic remedies that can address sort of the whole historical impacts of federal policies on First Nations people. And next slide. So AFN's advocacy in child welfare reform has been a long-standing process for the AFN. And even though we filed our complaint in 2007, our work commenced decades before that. So initially, early on in the stages, the AFN and the Indian Northern Affairs Canada at the time conducted joint reviews on Canada's First Nation Child Welfare Family Services Program. And the first joint process we engaged with Canada at that point was really in around 1998-99, where we looked at the federal policy and we basically engaged in a joint national policy review with Canada. We hired experts across Canada to work to assist Assembly First Nations, and they looked at the federal policy and just did a very broad analysis of it. And essentially what that review found is that First Nations children on reserves, their funding was about 22% less than what was received by children in being served by the provinces. And when you look at the amount of money, 22%, that is a significant portion that a difference between what services if you were non-native compared to the services you got if you're First Nation. Canada was not satisfied with that joint policy review. They said, the findings were pretty much interesting, and but they lacked scientific rigor. So the AFN in Canada and the Caring Society and others partnered up again in 2004 and began looking at the First Nation Child Family Services program in more detail. And the one-day series of reports were released in 2005, and we had experts on there, such as economists and other individuals in child welfare, to look at the various problems and shortcomings of the program itself. And essentially what they found is funding for unreserved child welfare agencies needed to be substantially increased to achieve basic equity for First Nations children. The inadequate funding was inadequately provided to First Nation agencies in almost every area of operations, ranging from capital costs, prevention programs, standards, evaluations, staff salaries, and child and care programs. Funding was also tied to the number of children in state care, which created a perverse incentive. And this is really important. This is the way that Indian residential schools were funded. You got funding on a per capita basis. So every child you had in the program itself, you put a price tag on that child. And that's what an agency would get funded for in Indian residential schools. So the more kids you brought in, the more funding you got. Same thing happened with respect to child welfare, where in order to provide services to the community, you have to have a large number of kids into care in order to get the funding that was required to provide all those services. So it provided a perverse incentive. And the other thing that the one-day report really pointed out is that there were no prevention programs. So if you were being served by a province or you lived off reserve, the standard at the time was to ensure that children were kept in the home and only apprehended as at the last possible process, or they were apprehended at last. The opposite was true with First Nations. The way that funding was provided, there was no salary, there was no funding for prevention services. So if a child, for instance, was hungry, the child welfare agency could not provide food stamps to the family in order to feed the kid. They would have to apprehend them. But if you were in a provincial agency, you would be able to give the food stamps to the family to keep the child in the home. So the systems were operating at polar opposites, where provincially they did everything to keep the child in the home, whereas for First Nations, the federal program was set up that the child would have to be apprehended before any services could be provided to that child or that family. The next slide. So when it came to Jordan's principle, we recognized that reforms were not only required with respect to the child welfare program itself, but Jordan's principle had a major component for that. And what we were finding in some of the preliminary research with respect to children in care was that a number of children were being put into care because parents could not afford medical programs or various medical treatments and other services for their children. And this is where Jordan's principle could have alleviated some of the apprehensions or some of the inherent program areas that were problematic. For instance, and my colleagues from the Caring Society are getting more into about the aspects of Jordan's principle in itself. But essentially, Jordan's principle is a result of the jurisdictional gaps between provincial jurisdiction and federal jurisdiction. So under Section 91 of the Constitution Act, federal jurisdiction incorporates First Nations, lands reserved for Indians. Provincial jurisdiction, deals with families and all the rest of that stuff. So really, and also health. So what it really did of the operation of Sections 91 and 92 really put First Nations children and families into a jurisdictional abyss where they really didn't fit into any categories. For instance, the federal government said, yes, we're responsible for providing services on reserve, but we don't have any control of services off reserve. And therefore, if you go off reserve, the province has to provide that service for you. Whereas the province said, no, you're a First Nation person, you're a federal responsibility, therefore go to the federal government, we're not going to cover this service. So in many cases, First Nation children were left without any meaningful service. And essentially, this dispute between the jurisdiction really increased the possibility of further jurisdictional disputes for children. INAC was of the view that the government only had a fiduciary responsibility for services on reserve, and the provinces obviously felt the various opposite. But essentially, what was going on, the financial considerations were prioritized. So the financial aspects of the federal and provincial governments were prioritized over the best interests of the child. And basically, this led to discriminatory treatment of First Nations children. And what we found in some of the early preliminary research, as I mentioned, a lot of children were being apprehended. So basically, a parent who had a child with disabilities, for instance, under First Nation Inuit Health Services or the First Nation Inuit Health uninsured health benefits, they would be entitled to either a wheelchair, crutches, or a ramp, but not all three. So in order to provide those services and make sure the child could live comfortably, they would voluntarily give up their child, put them into child welfare, and all of those services would be provided to the child at that point. Essentially, you're taking children who were suffered disabilities from their loving parents, from loving homes, people who would do anything to take care of them, and putting them with strangers so those same services can be provided to the children, as opposed to giving those services and that funding for a parent to actually take care of their own child. Next slide. So my colleagues will talk about this a bit more, but the House of Commons motion. So on December 12th, 2017, as a result of the problems and the circumstances of Jordan River Anderson, the House of Commons adopted motion 296. And essentially it said that in the opinion of the House of Commons, the government should immediately adopt the child's first principle based on Jordan's principle to resolve jurisdictional disputes involving care of First Nations children. Next slide. The federal government had various responses to Motion 296. So essentially Health Canada and Indian and Northern Affairs Canada, or Aboriginal Affairs at that time, basically developed a joint response for Cabinet to focus on individuals. And basically they said that they would focus on children who were like Jordan River Anderson. Basically the worst type of situation where you can find where children are most vulnerable, they have multiple disabilities, they require multiple service providers across various jurisdictions. So that's what INAC's focused their policy reform on. And later they clarified that they would only approve Jordan's principal cases involving children with complex medical needs and multiple service providers. So that was Canada's initial response to correcting Jordan's principle. And we should note that at that time, not one application, Jordan's principal application, was approved by Canada. Next slide. So this is where the CHRT came in. So both the AFN and the Caring Society saw the activity that was going on by Canada, saw the unilateral attempts to change Jordan's principle and make systemic reforms. And essentially we felt that they were not going far enough. So in 2016, the CHRT, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, substantiated the AFN and Caring Society's complaint. They found that Canada's definition of Jordan's principle was too narrow and was inadequate, and it resulted in further gaps in services delayed or denials for services for First Nations children. And Canada was ordered to cease applying its narrow definition of Jordan's principle. Next slide. And so following that, as I mentioned, following the tribunal's rulings, Canada tried to unilaterally change the definition of Jordan's principle again, basically said it would only apply to First Nations living on reserve, it would be children with disabilities, and those who had discrete short-term issues that there were critical needs for health supports. INAC also included Jordan's principle funding by $382 million over 3 years. Next slide. We felt that that wasn't adequate, and still children were being left behind. So the Caring Society and the AFN filed compliance motions before the Human Rights Tribunal. And the Tribunal agreed with the AFN and the Caring Society and made further orders for Canada. Essentially, the Tribunal remained concerned that Canada continued to rely on very narrow approaches to Jordan's principle. They were restricting Jordan's principle services to children on reserve. And as a result, children are still given gaps. So INAC was ordered by the tribunal to immediately apply Jordan's principles to all First Nations children, whether they lived on or off reserve, and apply a definition that was consistent with the motion passed by Parliament. Next slide, please. So, Canada, I should say, the Caring Society and the AFN didn't agree with Canada's approach at that point. So we went back to the tribunal to get further compliance orders. And in 2017, the tribunal again revisited Jordan's principle. They made another order that, and they also noted that Canada's, again, their initial interest in all this was based on financial impacts, making sure that their financial costs were kept to a minimum. And the tribunal disagreed with that. Clearly, it was not in the best interest of First Nations children. So Canada was ordered to basically, and also in Ontario, I should mention that the definition of Jordan's principle is different. They basically said it was applied to children who had an ongoing disability affecting their daily lives, and for those with short-term issues that had a critical need for health or social services. Again, they were putting narrow definitions to Jordan's principle. Next slide. So as a result, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal imposed their own definition on Canada, saying this is what we believe Jordan's principle to be, and this is what Canada should do. So basically, the CHRT ordered Canada to say that Jordan's principle applies equally to all First Nation, whether they're on or off reserve, to ensure there are no gaps in services. It includes mental health, special education, dental health, physical therapy, speech therapy, medical equipment, and physiotherapy. Canada was ordered to pay for these services without engaging in any administrative procedures that would delay services. And also Canada was ordered, so basically where a government service offered by a province or that government was not necessarily available to all of the children, and it was above and beyond what would normally be provided for other children across Canada, Canada was still ordered to basically evaluate the individual needs of a First Nation child, and they pay for that service in order to ensure that they meet substantive equality. Next slide. So as a result of the advocacy work in the litigation done by the AFN and the Caring Society, there has been an increase in Jordan's principle cases. Prior to 2016, there were no Jordan's principle cases. In 2016, there were 3 cases that were approved for funding. Between 2016 and 17, 3,281 cases, Jordan's principle applications were approved. And finally, between 2017 and 2020, over 809,000 Jordan principle applications have been approved. And this is a result by not of Canada's goodwill, we would argue, but of the effective advocacy and litigation that both the AFN and the Caring Society had engaged in. Next slide. That's the last slide. So at this point, I'll turn it over to my colleagues. I do have to apologize. I do have another meeting I have to attend. And so I'll leave it to my colleagues to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Clark, and I'm joined today by David Taylor. We are both counsel with the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society, and I agree with Matthew's opening comments that obviously following Dr. Blackstock is always a tough act to follow. So we're going to do our best in the limited time that we have left to just sort of fill in some of the holes and talk a little bit about some of the points that Stuart raised in his presentation. So I'm coming to you today from the traditional lands of the Ojibwe and the Chippewas that are covered by the Williams Treaty in the Bracebridge, Muskoka area. And David, do you want to tell everyone where you are today?
Sure. I'm coming to you all from the traditional territory of the Algonquin in Ottawa.
And that would be Kipper in the background, and he's a vital part of our legal team as well.
He is.
I just wanted to start off by saying, first of all, this case is incredibly complicated and very, very layered. And you could really spend an entire day listening to various people talk about this case that has had so many different twists and turns from start to finish, and a lot of different really interesting aspects to it. So we're going to do our best this afternoon to just sort of highlight some of the major legal steps that have been taken since 2007. But I'd really encourage you, as Dr. Blackstock also said, to read some of the materials, the evidence that was filed as part of the case, and of course the decisions. The tribunal has done an amazing job, I think, in capturing what the essence of this case has been about for the kids, both with respect to Jordan's principle and with respect to the child welfare system. So there's Spirit Bear, and you probably know him well by now. He has been joining us at all of the hearings since the beginning of the case. He started off with no clothes, and he now has multiple outfits. So it's always a treat to have him tag along. You never know what he's going to be wearing. Next slide, please. So what was the complaint about? So as Stuart talked about this in his presentation, but from a very high level perspective, what the case was really about was remedying discrimination that was being experienced by First Nations children and their families. And this was happening across the country in really outrageous rates, both with respect to the overrepresentation of First Nations kids in care, as well as the lack of services that were being provided to First Nations children. And it wasn't simply that kids were coming into care at high rates or having a lack of access to services, but those things were actually causing detrimental harms to First Nations children and their families, both in the immediate time that they were experiencing those things, and also with respect to long-term implications. Next slide, please. So from a very high level, the reason that this was such an issue was that in Canada, child welfare, there's Jordan, if you can just go back one, please. In Canada, child welfare services are provided differently to First Nations communities than they are to those who are off reserve throughout the provinces. The way that the funding works is that the federal government is to fund on reserve agencies, but those agencies have to follow provincial legislation. And as Stuart mentioned, the research was showing that First Nations kids were getting 22% less on a per capita basis. And the reason we saw this very significant underfunding of First Nations child welfare was that as provinces and territories were developing their legislation to become more in line with what the research was saying about ensuring that kids could stay at home whenever possible, the federal government refused to fund those changes at the provincial level. So as provincial child welfare agencies were providing things like prevention, as Stuart mentioned, First Nations agencies were simply not able to provide those types of services. And so social workers were having to make the decision of having to bring children into care to provide those children with even the most basic services like food, as Stuart mentioned. Next slide, please. The other aspect of the case was to focus on Canada's failure to implement Jordan's principle. And as Dr. Blackstock talked about in her presentation, and as Stuart mentioned as well, Jordan was really a little boy who brought a bright shining light onto the very significant discrimination that First Nations kids were facing. He was born in 1999 of Norway House Cree Nation with really complex medical needs. And so he did need to stay in hospital for the first couple of years of his life. But when he was ready to leave, Manitoba and the federal government got into a ridiculous fight about who was going to pay for his equipment, his care, and his services. And what that meant, of course, was that he could never leave the hospital, and he stayed there until he died at the age of 5. Next slide, please. And so, after a very significant tragedy, it did seem that the government could actually come together to learn a lesson from what had happened to Jordan and his family. And the House of Commons passed Motion 296, which Stuart mentioned, which really recognized Jordan's principle. And it's a very simple concept. If not for the child's First Nation status, they would receive the service product or service, then we should give it to them. And we thought, or I can say that I thought at that time, that of course this was such an important turn for the Canadian government to make this recognition. But of course that was not meant to be, and the Jordan's principle was never implemented fully until the litigation really took off. Next slide, please. As Stuart mentioned, the federal government did have some initial responses to Motion 296 when it was passed. But again, it focused exclusively on cases like Jordan with children with complex medical needs, from multiple different service providers, with normative standards and all kinds of bureaucratic things that were just so confusing and basically impossible for any human being to navigate. And notwithstanding the government's dedication of $11 million, the federal government said that there were no Jordan's Principles cases. And as you heard Dr. Blackstock say, the federal government was actually rewarded for that, which of course is not in keeping at all with Jordan's Principle or Jordan's memory. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but this chart is really to give you, we can go back one, please. This chart is really just to give you an indication of what the case has been like from start to, well, I was going to say finish, but we are not finished, from the start. I think when you talk to anyone who's been a part of this legal team, or you talk to Dr. Blackstock, I think the hope was that in going to the Human Rights Tribunal, as well as having access to the remedies that Stuart spoke about, it was also supposed to be a process that was straightforward, efficient, and easy to navigate. And what we found in our litigating of this case was that this was anything but. What happened over the now more than 13 years of litigating was we have found that at almost every turn, Canada has sought to challenge, appeal, or judicially review every step forward that we have taken. And so while the case was started in 2007, as Dr. Blackstock mentioned, it was not really until 2013 that we were in the actual tribunal room leading the evidence. And I should say that both David and I were not even a part of the legal team at that time, that there have been so many lawyers that have given their time and energy to this case, obviously being guided very specifically and directly by Dr. Blackstock, who's been such a motivator to all of us and a mentor. But because the case has been so complicated and long, a lot of different lawyers have worked on this. But we did not get the evidence into the hands of the tribunal until the beginning of 2013. And that's because, as you can see in this chart, every time we took a step forward, the government challenged that. And we've been to federal court and the Federal Court of Appeal multiple times to try to actually get this case going. And in fact, in 2011, the complaint was actually dismissed in its entirety. And so between 2011 and 2013, I should say, there was a lot of litigating happening to make sure that we could get the complaint back on the rails and ensure that First Nations kids and their families actually got access to equitable services. Next slide, please. So one of my favorite things about this case, as Dr. Blackstock actually also mentioned, was the evidence. Both these slides, it's okay, you can go to the next one. Both of these slides come from the federal government's own material. And really, I won't spend too much time on them, but what they show is that they were well aware, acutely aware, I would say, of the discrimination that they were perpetuating. The first slide was an example of a First Nations child having access to either a wheelchair or a lift. So they knew they were tracking these kinds of things where kids with disabilities who should have been eligible for Jordan's Principle services were only getting some of what non-First Nations children were getting. This is a fact sheet that was taken from INAC's website back in 2007. Under the Child Welfare Program, which essentially says that the federal government knew that it was funding agencies at such a low level that they could not provide the full continuum of services that were being offered to other Canadians. So in litigating the case, and in litigating a case like this, evidence is obviously a really important part of, frankly, being able to win. And the evidence in this case was never the issue, nor has it been to date. We know that the federal government has actually monitored and tracked its own discrimination against First Nations children and their families. Next slide, please. So fast forward to 2016, oh my goodness, a huge day. We got the decision, and as Stuart mentioned, both the AFN and the Caring Society were fully vindicated in their complaint. And the tribunal ordered Canada to immediately stop discriminating against First Nations children and to stop applying its narrow definition of Jordan's Principle. Next slide, please. There have been multiple findings that we continue to go back to in this case, both that the federal government was in fact providing a service, which is an important legal principle when you want to ensure that the federal government can be held liable for its discrimination, and also that the discrimination can be experienced by First Nations children who may not be receiving services from the provinces. This was one of the more technical legal arguments that the federal government raised throughout the litigation. They said that there could not be discrimination here because they are not in control of what the province funds to off-reserve kids. So it's unfair to compare them to what a non-First Nations child may be receiving. And of course, that's not a legal argument that held up. Both the federal court and the Federal Court of Appeal disagreed with Canada, and the tribunal further vindicated the AFN and the Caring Society on that point. I think probably, though, as a former social worker, one of the most important findings of this case was that the federal government's funding of child welfare services was actually providing a financial incentive to bring children into care. This is not a situation that could be argued where First Nations parents were not caring for their children in good ways or in functional ways. But in fact, the system was actually set up to incentivize social workers to bring children into foster care. And that finding is found throughout the decision in 2016 and the decisions that have since followed. Next slide, please. So I'm going to hand it over to David, who's going to focus a bit more on the Jordan's Principle aspect of the case. I'll just leave you with two thoughts. First of all, one of the most amazing things about this case is that it has been followed by children. Whenever we've gone to court, whether that had been at the federal court or in the tribunal hearing room itself, kids have always been a part of this case. They have come, they have watched, they have listened, and they have asked questions. And their questions have always been really unbelievably poignant. They see what's happening. They understand that the discrimination is completely unfair and unequitable. The second thing I would say is that I think it's important, and Dr. Blackstock mentioned this as well, to really reach out and start to pound the table with your government, whoever's in your government jurisdiction. We are still litigating, and the discrimination has not yet stopped. The tribunal has found that the discrimination is ongoing, particularly in the realm of child and family services. So whatever it is that you can do, whatever power you wield, emails, phone calls, if they still accept faxes, we would recommend you do it. Whatever you can do to continue supporting the case move forward, I know the Caring Society would appreciate it. I'm going to hand it over to you, David, and we'll be available for questions after.
Thanks very much, Sarah. I'm going to move through this at a decent pace just to make sure we do have time for your questions. And the focus of my presentation, or part of the presentation, is really about the tribunal orders and what the government has been required to do and how in the last five plus years now. So, of course, the big win is in January 2016. And at that point, the tribunal actually gave the federal government quite a bit of latitude in terms of what it was supposed to be doing on Jordan's Principle. And the wording in bold is really essentially the order that was made, which was stop it and fix it. And it was left up to the government how it would be fixing it, obviously with being consistent with the rulings already made in the January 2016 order. But there was no real directive approach taken at that point. It was essentially giving the federal government a chance, having now had the opportunity to see the ruling, to put measures in place. And so, it's a little bit akin to what Dr. Blackstock was talking about earlier today, being in the 90s in terms of, here are the problems and take steps to fix it, and it should work. Can I have the next slide, please? But unfortunately, it didn't go as quickly as that. So about 3 months later, we had another order from the tribunal because the response essentially from the federal government was that there needed to be a long discussion period on Jordan's Principle before the restrictive definition, which was limited to complex conditions and multiple service providers, could really be addressed. And so the tribunal took some exception to that and said that their order was to immediately implement and not to start discussions to review the definition in the long term. And so the order gets a little bit, narrower or a little bit more constraining in terms of saying that now Canada has to consider Jordan's Principle as involving all jurisdictional disputes. So not just province and federal government disputes, but also between departments and all First Nations children, and not just those with multiple disabilities. Next slide, please. So 3 months or 2.5 months after that, Canada announces, a program you may have heard of, the Child First Initiative, or I guess it's not a program, but an initiative, the Child First Initiative, which was focused on Jordan's Principle, but had those limitations you've heard about today, the disability or a short-term condition, and initially was limited to being on reserve. And it also was limited to normative standard services, so didn't account for substantive equality. But this time was accompanied by a more significant investment of funds to resolve disputes, being $327 million to kind of provide that upfront funding, and then $38 million for the service coordination function. But as Stuart noted a little earlier, a limited number of cases accepted in that period, just about 3,300. Next slide, please. So that takes us to is May of 2017. So the series of events from July of 2016 to May of 2017, that 10-month period, is the Caring Society, the AFN, and some of the other tribunal parties of the tribunal raised concerns with this Child First Initiative approach. There are concerns about it being limited to on reserve because First Nations children experience disadvantage related to either to service disputes or related to their particular cultural, historical, and geographic needs, whether they live on or off reserve. So Canada was ordered to remove that from their definition in September of 2016. And then we entered into a bit of a longer process about the actual immediate steps that Canada should be taking. And that was focused really around what the definition was and how it was being communicated out to the country, because at that point, I think there were at least 6 or 7 different definitions that were circulating, all centering around the idea of disability and short-term condition. But there were glosses and nuances depending on the region. And so that was also something the Caring Society was quite concerned about, was whether it was actually being clear to everyone, no matter where they were, what Jordan's Principle implementation looked like for the federal government. So the tribunal found in May of 2017 that the definition didn't address the findings in the January 2016 decision. And that while there had been some broadening, it wasn't enough. It had to be broader to fully implement Jordan's Principle. Next slide, please. And so a key finding is with respect to the normative standard of care. So it's not enough for the federal government to say, well, we've met what the province would do in a similar situation, because of the findings and importance of substantive equality. In order to provide the same outcomes, or at least a chance at the same outcomes for First Nations kids, substantive equality has to be considered, and for each and every request, the needs of each individual child have to be considered and evaluated as well. Next slide. And so there was a definition ordered, which Stuart's already been through with you, so I'll just do a brief overview. So it's all First Nations children, all government services. If it's the normative standard, then it's obvious the first government contacted should be providing it, and they can sort payment issues out in the background. And if it's beyond the normative standard, then the government of first contact has to look at the child's needs to determine if substantive equality requires that the service nonetheless be provided. Next slide, please. Now, there was a judicial review filed in June of 2017, particularly around the idea of case conferencing and the idea of the federal government being able to ask questions related to particular circumstances of a child and whether or not certain recommendations would be appropriate for them in their circumstances. And so the parties, rather than litigating it in federal court, were able to agree to amendments that allowed clinical case conferencing only, so something having to do with the child's particular clinical circumstances, and not administrative case conferencing, which would be about, how do we do something, who's going to pay for it. That should be done within the tribunal's timelines. And those timelines, of course, you've already heard them today. If it's a case involving irremediable harm, that's really serious, physical or mental harm to the child, that's an immediate timeline. It's urgent, an individual case, 12 hours, urgent group case, 48 hours, individual cases, 48 hours, and then group cases are 1 week. Next slide, please. And so then that takes us actually forward to July of 2020, which was a ruling that came up about that first piece of the definition that the tribunal clarified in 2017, which was all First Nations children. And there was a question really that came up starting in 2018 about, what does a First Nations child mean? And Canada had taken the position that it was children with Indian Act status, and then later broadened that to be an Indigenous child living on reserve, but wasn't willing to cover First Nations children who didn't have Indian Act status living off reserve unless they were eligible. It was just a matter they hadn't been registered yet. So the Caring Society brought that matter back to the tribunal for clarification. And as Dr. Blackstock mentioned in her talk this morning, I mean, the point of it wasn't, who is a First Nations child for all purposes of citizenship. The point wasn't who should be receiving the Jordan's Principle services at the end of the day. The question is, do these children at least get through the door to have their needs considered, yes or no, or are they treated like all other children in Canadian society? Do they have access to the benefit of Jordan's Principle or not? And so the Caring Society's position is that you have to evaluate this from the child's perspective. They're facing the same disadvantages as a child with Indian Act status for the same reasons, and the only difference between the two is Indian Act status, then that's not really a difference that drives any kind of different result for the purposes of Jordan's Principle. And so after this ruling, we now have been told by the tribunal that it means a child who's eligible under the Indian Act, an Indigenous child who isn't eligible under the Indian Act but lives on reserve, a First Nations child without Indian Act status who has one parent with or eligible for status, and then lastly, children who are recognized as eligible for Jordan's Principle by their nation. Next slide. And then in November last year, we had a further order from the tribunal which set out the process around recognition, essentially how that can happen, which involves either an official or an individual designated by the community to do that job, or an appropriate member of chief and council or the most senior member of the administration, if there's been no proactive choice made about how to have recognition happen. Outline some impacts for urgent cases that Canada can't, when it's an urgent case, can't say, well, we'll wait for the nation to tell us if we can assist this child or not. They have to take steps to address the urgency, and at the same time they're doing that, take steps to address the eligibility so that the urgency is addressed, and then also sets out some eligible expenses for First Nations because there is work associated to doing this recognition exercise. Next slide, please. Of course, Canada did file a judicial review of these two decisions on December 22nd, 2022, or sorry, December 22nd, 2020, just before Christmas. And those hearings are set for mid-June of this year. And next slide, please. And just briefly on compensation, so that is another remedy that the Human Rights Tribunal can award under the Human Rights Act is compensation to victims of discrimination, $40,000 per child. And so in this case, on the Jordan's Principle side of the complaint, eligible for compensation are children who were denied essential services, experienced unreasonable delay regarding those essential services or a service gap on essential services. And to be essential, a service had to have been recommended by a professional and been reasonably necessary to substantive equality or best interests of the child, meaning really that we're looking at services that if they weren't provided, either the child was going to be in some condition of pain and suffering, or the gap between the child and the rest of children and the rest of Canadian society would be widened, which is really what Jordan's Principle is there to do, is to close that distance. Next slide, please. And then, of course, there was the compensation process order, which was made really just a few weeks ago. And that's essentially the process behind which compensation will work, including some services for folks who are going through the process. That compensation order, though, is also before the federal court on judicial review. Canada is challenging that one in its entirety as well, and those hearings are set for June also. And in any event, I see Mathieu is back, and I notice we're almost short on time here, so I'll just note that in terms of next steps, there are a number of groups or places where Jordan's Principle continues to be discussed in terms of getting to a long-term approach solution that will not allow the discrimination to recur. And of course, also to continue monitoring the ongoing implementation of Jordan's Principle to be sure that the orders have been honored. So thanks very much for your time and attention through our presentation.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Sarah, for that presentation. And thank you, Stuart, although he's refusing to take any questions at this time. I'm sure, like everyone else, we're crazy busy. I was curious about that one, the whole idea of status. So I'm wondering about that case, because I'm wondering if the person was struggling or looking for nation recognition, then from all intents and purposes, they were a citizen of the province. right? So then I'm wondering, was the province neglecting them even though they were in terms of status? So I'm wondering, where was the discrimination? I mean, the person was, a citizen of the province, wherever they resided. I'm guessing, I'm wondering, was there actual case, or is that just we're anticipating those who perhaps are struggling with the identification of status within the Indian Act?
So certainly in 2018, the way that this matter arose is there were requests coming in from families with children without status who had some relationship to the First Nation. One example, and we actually had an interim motion on this, was a young girl in Ontario who needed medical transportation assistance to go to Alberta for essentially a very difficult to obtain diagnostic test. She had a condition involving her kidneys, and there was a question in terms of, how would the operation go and what would they focus on. And so her mom had status, dad didn't have status, and because of how the Indian Act works, the young girl, who was about, I think, 17, 18 months old, didn't have status. And so the request to Jordan's principal was, we need assistance with the flights and the hotels back in the days when we used to fly places and stay in hotels to get out there. And the response from ISK was no status, and so we can't assist you. And so, certainly there would be arguments for those folks to say that, the province should be funding them in accordance with their needs based on substantive equality, because there is human rights legislation in every single province that would also protect discrimination on the basis of First Nationhood, for lack of a better, more technical term for it. But the idea of Jordan's principle is that you shouldn't have to go to another government to ask for the service if there is a government who is essentially close by and that you've contacted first. And the idea there is, the federal government has the constitutional authority not authority, but the constitutional capacity to help First Nations kids. And so it's always a player in the room, and it's not just Indian Act status that decides that. And there may be other players in the room too, a provincial government, but that's really for the governments to figure out, not the family.
Thank you, Dave. I don't know if you want to add anything, Sarah?
No, I mean, I agree with what David's saying, and I think that the focus of our case has been at the federal level. And what we do now have from the federal government is an actual infrastructure where families can access the services. And that's not always the case across the provinces and territories. Everyone's at a little bit of a different position. So from our perspective, families and communities know about the federal program. And when those families contact the federal government, they do have an obligation to help those families. So they can certainly go to the province afterwards and say, look, we actually provided this service, but really it should have been you. And that was sort of the initial thinking, was to allow the governments to deal with the conflict and not put that on the families. So of course, in the case that David's talking about, it always would have been open to the federal government to seek reimbursement from the province if they felt that it was really a provincial issue, but you don't put that on the family.
Right. I have a question from the audience. If a child is in care and the care agency is funding the child in care, and that child has a health, social, or educational need, at what point does Jordan's principle kick in? So
I'll take a stab. David, jump in anytime, but I seem to be veering off. I mean, I think this is a really good question, and it's complicated. So first of all, if a child is in care, generally the agency or the province, depending on where you are, because against different jurisdictions, some of the way the legislation is set up is that it's the ministry that is actually caring for the child. In Ontario, for example, it's the agency. So it depends on where they are, but that agency or ministry has a fiduciary obligation to provide care to the child. If, however, the agency does not have access to funds in order to properly support that First Nations child, of course, the agency on the child's behalf can apply to Jordan's principle for those services. Of course, there may be pushback from the federal government. It depends on whether or not the agency should be, as a matter of course, providing those services. But if for whatever reason the agency can demonstrate that the funds are not available in order to ensure that that child has those services, then of course they could apply to Jordan's principle.
David, did you want to add to that one, or did Sarah cover it all?
No, I think Sarah did a great job. Yeah.
So, Another question, I don't have one from the audience, but I have a couple of questions. What are the next steps in the compensation process ordered by the CHRT?
Oh, what a great question. So I think really the next step is to go back to federal court. So we had what I would call the entitlement order. So the tribunal did order back in 2019 that the victims of Canada's discrimination are entitled to compensation. That decision was judicially reviewed. And what happened when that decision came out was, in fact, the federal government actually tried to slow down the process of working with the tribunal to develop the process for how the compensation will be paid out. So we went to federal court and asked that the federal court not allow Canada to put the brakes on that process, and we were successful on that. So we did go back to the table with the Assembly of First Nations and Canada to build a process for how the compensation will be paid out. And that process includes things like counseling support, financial literacy supports, ensuring that we have an actual process that is respectful, I should say, of the trauma and the stress that will, of course, come with asking for and potentially receiving compensation. So we were able to construct a process that we put to the tribunal and asked them to make the order that the money will be paid out pursuant to that process. And they have now made that order, and Canada is judicially reviewing that. So we have two big orders. There are a bunch of little ones in between, but essentially two big orders from the tribunal saying, A, the money is owing, and B, this is how the money will be paid out. And those two decisions are now under judicial review at the federal court, and we will be arguing that in the middle of June. So that is the next step. Depending on what happens at the federal court, it will be open to any of the parties to appeal that federal court decision to the Federal Court of Appeal. And it may, depending on what happens, may go up to the Supreme Court. I mean, this is a tremendous step in the area of human rights litigation. This definitely is one of the larger human rights damages awards cases in Canadian history. And so I think all of the parties are very mindful of how important this decision is to First Nations families, communities, and more broadly to just the discrimination framework and the discrimination case law.
It was fascinating to hear about the kind of supports, right? I'm just wondering, this kind of money to people might fall victim, right? Like become victimized once again with this kind of money. So I'm happy to hear that there's some arguments around the support with that money, right? Not just a check and then leave people to their devices. So there's actually some, like I was fearful for some people getting that cash or a check, it's just some first thing came to mind.
Yeah, I think we spent collectively, everyone around the table spent a lot of time thinking about that, and also trying to learn lessons from the IRS process and other compensation payout processes to make sure that we could build a process that not in a paternalistic way, but in a mindful way that respects people's individual rights to the compensation, but is also mindful of what you're talking about to make sure that people have access to supports and services if they need it once they receive the funds.
Another question here. How does the AFN's class action lawsuit affect the CHRT ordered compensation? Is there an impact?
I knew Stuart left for a reason.
Leave all the questions.
I don't know, David, do you want to, David knows a lot more about the class action side of the case, so I'm going to let him answer this one.
Sure. So I'll try not to get too lawyerly here, but I mean, essentially they are separate processes. The Human Rights Tribunal award, we would say, is a award of damages under human rights legislation, which is different from what you might get in a charter claim or in a civil suit, which is really what the class action is. And so certainly the class action, would be informed, I'm sure, by the factual findings, because it's, one of the same parties, actually two of the same parties in the AFN case, and a lot of the same subject matter that's ongoing. But the federal court is a separate court and can reach its own conclusions. Of course, there is the nature of a class action is that the result in the class action binds everyone who is a member of the class. So you have a representative plaintiff who goes forward on behalf of everybody who is in the same position as they are, and then the order binds everyone in the same way. And so there is an opt-out, option in class actions that occurs as well, earlier in the process. but anyone who doesn't opt out is bound. And so that'll be, it'll be what it is when they get to the end of the road. But the CHRT is really just more, in our view, kind of informs the process. Whatever is in whatever state it's in, once the federal court process is done, either it'll be upheld or quashed or something in the middle. Of course, we do, most times we meet with Canada to remind them that they could just drop the judicial review and we can get going with the process. But to that point, we haven't got to that point yet, but we're still trying.
If any of them are watching now, please feel free.
We'll ask them a question. They're on a panel next panel. So,
good one.
the question here, and I don't necessarily understand the question, so maybe you can provide some context around it too. What is the liability for First Nations that take on Jordan's principle? So I'm not sure the nature of the liability, and then I guess I don't understand the question, but maybe there is some liability there.
I think that's a question that's going to depend on the context. It's when you're a lawyer giving these kinds of public presentations, we can give a lot of legal information, which is about how do the orders work and what happens under them. But it's difficult for us. Actually, we can't give legal advice without having that lawyer-client relationship. And so, in terms of what a liability implication would be for a First Nation, that's going to depend always on the facts. What the activity is, who's involved. So at this point, we can't say on a kind of a general basis like that. So not a satisfying answer. And I said I'd try and avoid giving lawyerly answers, but that's the best I can do today on March 9th.
I guess the question is, what are the potentials for liability? I guess I don't understand it. Like if you are providing the services that are required as per tourist prisons, I'm just wondering where a liability might exist.
Well, I think it'll all depend, like I said, on what's the context. Like let's say, for instance, it's an arrangement in which Canada is providing funding to the First Nation to provide the services directly to the population. Then I think the fact that it's a Jordan's Principle service doesn't make it any different from any other kind of service that a nation would provide directly. Generally, anything that we do, as just even as private citizens, there's a duty to take proper care in doing that, in doing that activity. First Nations Child and Family Services agencies under the FNCFS program would have similar, obligations to provide the service in a way that meets their kind of general duties. And so, again, it's hard to say without pinning it down to kind of a specific scenario what the risks might be, but it would be like anything else a First Nation government does. It doesn't become a special category just because it's Jordan's Principle.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. It's the same liability you would have normally in provision of services, that due diligence and everything like that, making sure everything's safe in provision of that service. It doesn't bring extra liability because it's a Jordan's Principle thing.
I would think, and again, that's calling back to my previous, point that it's hard to say without looking at the situations. But certainly, my position in looking at the orders and reading the orders in general is that the obligations on the orders are on Canada. That Canada is the subject to the orders, and First Nations governments weren't a party to the Human Rights Tribunal proceedings. And so, in terms of, could a First Nation be taken before the tribunal on the strength of these orders? There could be a complaint against a First Nation under the Human Rights Act potentially, but in terms of in this process, it's really Canada who has the obligation to respond to the requests within 12, 48 hours a week, to apply the proper definition to evaluate substantive equality correctly. Canada is the respondent in our proceeding before the CHRT.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. You did an awesome job keeping us engaged, even following Dr. Blackstock. So it was a fun presentation. I want to thank Stuart, David, and Sarah for their presentation. And if we do have any other questions, of course, we'll share them with everybody and get your thoughts. So, Miigwech, thank you very much. Do take care of yourself.
Thank you.
See you at the next.
Thanks, everyone.
Yes.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
So with that, I'd like to take a quick break. Let's take 15 minutes. I think we're right on time. Is it possible that we're right on time? Should I babble along for 15 minutes and get us behind time? No, let's not do that. Let's reconvene. Let's take a break. Let's reconvene at 1:30 with our next presentation from Dr. Gideon and Mr. Castonguay from Indigenous Services Canada. See you at 1:30, and I want to thank the interpretation, the ASL translation. They work very hard, so I want to thank them very much for their services. Do take care. Back in 15. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our virtual gathering on Jordan's Principle, First Nations, Innovation and Determination. Bienvenue tout le monde à notre rassemblement virtuel sur le principe de Jordan.
The virtual meeting on the Jordan Principle.
Hopefully everyone is recharged and ready to go. I do want to thank our ASL interpreters because they work very hard, and there's two of them. They go back and forth, and there are some pauses, but I'm sure they're grabbing a coffee as they getting ready to come do ASL's interpretation. Also want to thank our interpretation in French and English. We have interpreters also for Francophone and Anglophone delegates out there, so everyone can understand what's going on and everyone can fully participate. I want to remind everyone we do have that hand up fella on your screen. So do send in your questions. We will make sure that they come to our presenters. Those who are joining us by phone, Jordan's Principle Gathering at afn.ca to send in your questions. We are monitoring all those questions and sending them to through me to the panelists. If we don't have time to get to them, we will definitely follow up with each of those questions. So none of the questions will be lost, and every one of your questions will be followed up on. I'm just, what I'm going to try to do for the next session is allow our panelists to provide their presentation, and then I'll open the floor up for questions and answering. So if they're fast and efficient, then we have lots more questions. If they're long and they want to explain everything, well, then we'll have no questions at all. But I'm sure they're very efficient. So I do want to welcome our two guests, Dr. Valerie Gideon, Associate Deputy Minister, Indigenous Services Canada, and Julien Castonguay, who's the Acting Director, Jordan's Principle, Indigenous Services Canada. Welcome to you both. I don't want to make you nervous, but there's over 800 people out there listening to this conversation. So if I see a bead of sweat coming down, I'll know it's because of the 800 people out there listening to you. So welcome to everybody. Welcome to Julien. Welcome, Valerie. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Matt. And I would say the bead of sweat is because of, how it's been so long since I've been exposed to your wonderful charm. How do you make me nervous? Happy afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I am on the beautiful unceded traditional Algonquin territory this afternoon, and I feel privileged to be accompanied by my wonderful colleague, Julien Castonguay, who's going to take you through the majority of the detail with respect to the presentation. I think we have about an hour and a half, and really what we've been requested to do is to provide more detail with respect to some of the operational areas within the context of Jordan's Principle implementation, but also maybe to touch briefly on sort of where can we go from here. And so what I'll do is just start by really giving some context. I know that you've already had context from Dr. Blackstock and the Caring Society Council earlier today with respect to the history, and I would do a much better job certainly than I could with respect to talking about that history. But I think that what I can do is just situate a bit the federal context in terms of the implementation efforts since the start. So I'll go to the next slide, or the first slide, I should say, which is just an outline of what we'll talk about. So I'll hit sort of the high points around the background, the history, and the evolution of the rulings on the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. And then Julien will take you through the implementation of a more recent order by the Tribunal on the definition of First Nation child. He'll take you through a history of some of the administrative data, but mainly the evolution over the recent years in terms of the increased volumes of requests. He'll talk about our data on compliance and timelines and what those timelines are. Some discussion on the process of escalating requests that are recommended for denial and the process for filing appeals. The matrix of delegation for that decision making, particularly around escalated requests and appeals. The new appeals process that we are currently implementing that we developed with the Consultation Committee on Child Welfare, which you've probably heard about earlier today. Some of what we saw in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then I will then talk about the longer term approach and some of the key areas of work. Next slide. So I'm sure that this morning, there was a wonderful presentation by Dr. Blackstock, which unfortunately I did not have an opportunity to hear, on Jordan River Anderson and his legacy. I have not had an opportunity myself to directly meet many members of Jordan's family. I have had an opportunity to meet them virtually and to have discussions with some of his family members. And there is such an incredible amount of pride with respect to the strength, the resilience, and everything that Jordan has left behind for the thousands and thousands, and I'm sure millions of children over the next generations who now have the opportunity to have their needs met in a respectful way, with respect to the principles of substantive equality, best interests of the child, and culture, strengths-based approach, trauma-informed approaches, and the transformation that has really taken place and started to take place, I should say, within the federal system, and that hopefully will also take root in provincial and territorial government systems, as well as systems of local service delivery agency, including up to the individual practitioner level, non-Indigenous individual practitioner level, whether those are dentists or pharmacists. We've seen a lot of instances of racism and discriminatory practices at an individual, a professional level, and at a systems level. And the legacy of Jordan River Anderson is for us to never forget, and to not just correct, but to prevent these practices from continuing to occur. So in memory of Jordan every day, we have multiple employees across the federal system that are dedicating every minute of their workday and beyond their workday to receive and look at requests that are submitted by First Nations families, First Nations children and youth, directly in some cases, service providers, First Nations communities, organizations, non-First Nation organizations. The requests are coming from a lot of different layers of society. And what I would say is that I've been involved more directly in terms of the implementation since 2017. And I would say that more and more, and every time I hear a request, because I am on the appeals committee still, and I have been now for many years, I see the incredible weakness of the social fabric in Canada, the social safety net that a lot of people take for granted is there, particularly when an individual situation abruptly changes or something new comes into their life that exposes that crack in the system or that vulnerability. The ability for Jordan's principle to really come through and either bridge them for a temporary period of time or to offer that safety net for a longer period of time where there's clearly no public service that could meet that need. It is such a gift. It's a gift to be part of that process, but it's a gift that I will always feel forever indebted to Jordan and to his family for having the privilege of being involved. It really is a defining moment in your life when you have an ability to know that you've made a decision that could forever improve the life of a child, especially a child that's not your own. Next slide, please. The evolution of the tribunal's history, and again, I have not been involved in the trenches like Dr. Blackstock, David Taylor, Sarah Clark, and many other people, including at the Assembly of First Nations, Jonathan Thompson, Stuart Woodkey, all of the other folks that spent many years supporting the litigation process and the roadblocks, the barriers that were put in their way and that never stopped them from moving forward, leading up to 2016, where the decision came through. And I will share with you that I was actually nursing my second daughter at the time when the decision came through, and I was not getting a lot of work emails, but all of a sudden my phone started to blow up and I started to look and see that the decision had come through. And, my reaction at the time was finally, finally, the decision has come. I think that there were, the implementation process did not start out smoothly. I think that there were obviously from the non-compliance motions and the decisions that followed with respect to the tribunal, there were a lot of changes that needed to be made in terms of the federal approach leading up to November 2nd of 2017, where a much more fulsome definition of Jordan's Principle was ordered and accepted by Canada. That really laid the foundation for the implementation process, those three core principles that I named earlier, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with: substantive equality, best interest of the child, and cultural appropriateness. And, you know, since that time, we have seen an incredibly rapidly increasing number of requests coming forward. We were able to, in 2018, put a call center in place. We had to very quickly at the federal level ramp up the number of staff that would be dedicated to Jordan's Principle. We had to reorganize our operations and centralize the implementation teams within the First Nations Inuit Health Branch of Indigenous Services Canada. Actually, it was still Health Canada for a period of that time. You know, we had to quickly adapt to being established in a new department of Indigenous Services Canada in November 2017 as well. So it's been a lot of change. And so, you know, understandably, this is the word I was looking for. Understandably, right, there has been pitfalls in the implementation approach. I would say, despite best efforts, I think we've learned a lot of lessons, and we will continue to with respect to supporting the implementation at a federal level. I think what did help tremendously, in my view, and this is my opinion, is that we did establish a Jordan's Principle. At first, it was an oversight committee, and then it became an operations committee. And at first, it was more federally sort of led, and then it became co-chaired with the Assembly of First Nations. And at first, it was limited to the parties to the tribunal complaint and the federal government, and then expanded to include First Nations regional representatives, many of which are service coordinators or linked to service coordination organization. And that has helped to improve the process as we've gone. It never goes as fast as you would want it to go in terms of making improvements. But we have made a lot of changes in terms of, you know, I would say even the degree of transparency with respect to the Jordan's Principle guide. You know, we have addressed issues that we hadn't anticipated that would come up. You know, for example, the payment processes, right? The standard payment time frame for the federal public service is, you know, 30 business days. And, you know, we don't typically issue payments at Indigenous Services Canada directly to individuals on this level of a basis, right? We will do it through service providers that have businesses or clinics, you know, but we don't do it for individual families that are waiting for groceries or that need to pay their respite worker. The overall federal government processes are not adapted to this kind of a needs-based approach, and particularly with the timeframes that Julien will speak to around the 12 to 48 hours. And those are not excuses. That's just what we had to deal with in terms of being able to meet the tribunal's orders, which we aspired to do as quickly as we possibly could. And so I think what Julien will speak to, and I'm just trying to set the stage for that, is, you know, what we are doing and will continue to do to improve our operations, knowing that they are very imperfect at the moment, but that we are very committed to being able to work effectively to support First Nations children, youth, families, communities, organizations, service providers, and even other levels of government. I think in 2018, you know, there were some specific orders relating to, for example, the reimbursement of mental health expenditures in Ontario. We began in 2018 to work more closely with the Child and Family Services Program, particularly because we do see a direct link between some of the prevention-related activities that the program may be undertaking, whether that's through agencies or through communities, and some of the group requests, for example, that would be submitted under Jordan's principle. And I think there's more work to do there in terms of offering a more welcoming and clearer environment for people to come forward and seek funding for those activities. And we are working on a longer term reform approach for the First Nations Child and Family Services Program that hopefully will also help that. In 2019, we received the interim order on the definition of First Nation child, which was limited to urgent requests for individual children who did not have status, lived off reserve, but were recognized by their nation or their community. That has now significantly expanded in 2020, and Julien will take you through that next. But of course, we also received the compensation order during that period of time. And although this presentation is not about the compensation order, I understand that there may be some questions that people will have with respect to that. But our presentation is really focused on Jordan's principal operations and implementation. So with that, I will, and I should have mentioned I'm speaking in English because we were specifically requested to try to stick to one language for the sign interpretation. But of course, if there are questions in French, Julien et moi-même, ça va nous faire plaisir de vous répondre également en français. Julien, maybe I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Valerie, and thank you, everyone. It's a great honor to be here. I'm also speaking to you all from unceded traditional Algonquin territory. It's not only an honor to be here this afternoon, but it's a great honor to be in this role and to be able to contribute to this unique initiative that you've learned a lot about this morning, and that I'll be able to give you more details as to how we're implementing and trying to overcome some of the challenges associated with what is a unique operating environment to deliver this large-scale initiative in collaboration with our regional offices. So based on this timeline and the most recent order, our next slide is focused on CHRT 36 and the eligibility under Jordan's principle following the November 2020 decision that you've heard about this morning. At this present moment, we're implementing the order, and any of the following 4 criteria for eligibility are considered to enable to submit requests to Jordan's principle. And those 4 categories of eligibility are 2 new categories that were added to the ones that were already established and that are part of the historical development of Jordan's principle. And I'm not going to repeat everything that we've heard from the councils this morning, but definitely this is the orders and how we're implementing the matter of definition of eligibility. On the next slide, we're focusing on the question of recognition by a nation for the purposes of Jordan's principle, which is something that we're hearing regions, they're receiving questions about this. A lot of people are wondering, what does it mean? How can we go about and establishing this as a matter of process in their communities? So the right of First Nation for self-determination is for the nations themselves to define and implement their own recognition procedure, and we are here to support the nations in those activities through the service coordination envelope, where we can support requests for funding for communities to develop the tools, the process, the procedures, and define it for themselves what it means for them to implement that component of the order, which is to recognize children for the purposes of Jordan's principle eligibility. We can work directly with communities, with service coordination organization, or organizations that receive a mandate by First Nation leadership to undertake these services and undertake that confirmation of recognition component that has recently been confirmed through CHRT 36 in November 2020. On next slide, we're giving a bit of a sense of what type of expenditures First Nations and organizations are able to be supported with in order to do this confirmation of recognition for the purposes of Jordan's Principle. So if there are additional human resources costs, if there is policy development or updates to governance document that the nations want to undertake, if there are meetings or communications or things that nations want to get together and define what it means and organize meetings, that those are all eligible expenditures that can be part of proposals to your regional office to support you in this in this new role to support the implementation of CHRT 36. Next slide. This is to speak about the deep dive of the administrative data, which is a presentation that we're doing to look at all of our the data that we've learned about over the last few years. Every year, our data story gets better. We're making large improvements in the way we're gathering and using data. And this is giving us a sense of the volume that we're dealing with in Jordan's Principle and the growth year over year. There is a national deep dive analysis, and there are also regional by provinces and territories that our regional office have received, and we're mandated to present to regional First Nation partners, to partnership table, and to the provinces and territories themselves, so that everybody can learn about the Jordan's Principle implementation, learn about the services and product that we are making available through Jordan's Principle, and how it informs on the gaps that exist in other programs and services, so that the experience on Jordan's Principle can also support the improvement and investments in other areas, so that those gaps are addressed in a more systemic manner while we're addressing those on a request-driven basis here in Jordan's Principle. So over the next few slides, we're going to be, the next two slides, we're going to see the growth year over year. So as you can see in 16-17, that's, well, here it's in slide 18-19. This is the, whoops, my apologies, 16-17, this is, the number of approved individual requests increased by 76% between 1920 and 1819. So we're seeing from 14,500 to 25,500. Those are the number of approved individual requests that were received in our regional office and are often, like Valerie mentioned, paid directly by Indigenous Services Canada. And this is different than the next slide, where we're talking about group requests that increased by 158% between fiscal year 2018-2019 to fiscal year 2019-2020. And those are requests that are submitted by communities, by service delivery organization, and whoever is involved in delivering services to children and meeting their unmet needs. So in looking at the needs of more than one children at a time and bringing them together in a proposal, communities are able to then deliver the services themselves, and this is funded through grants and contribution versus the previous individual requests that are funded directly by the department. Next slide, we're revisiting some of the timelines that was also discussed this morning, where we have 12 hours for individual urgent request, 48 hours for non-urgent individual request, 48 hours for urgent community or group request, and 7 calendar days for the other group request. These are timelines that we are monitoring closely, that we're always using the information month over month to find ways of improving our services, of doing continuous quality improvement. But definitely is something that, again, creates a unique operating environment where we're dealing with a high volume of requests, thousands upon thousands of requests every month within those timelines. And that's why we're working very closely with all of the regions to ensure that we're always assessing the resources required, assessing the quality of our services, and making improvements as we learn about new things in the implementation of Jordan's Principle. On the next slide, one of those solutions that we wanted to implement as a response to the increase in volume is a delegation, a sub-delegation matrix to support reducing the bottleneck effect that we had as a result of having only the ADM of regional operation delegated to hear cases that were escalated and recommended for denial. This created a backlog of requests to be heard by the ADM. And this also has an impact on our ability to make decisions in a timely fashion for requests that need to be escalated to be heard for a denial. So as a way for us to reduce that bottleneck effect, we've developed a delegation of regional authorities, and it's a matrix that we presented to the Jordan's Principle Operations Committee and the CCCW. To increase our compliance with the timelines and to increase the timeliness in which families are getting answers, even when those answers may sometimes be a denial. So we've categorized the different requests that the department receive and which one can be denied by the regional executive of the First Nation Inuit branch. And in the case of British Columbia, it's the Regional Director General. And which categories of cases still need to be heard by the Associate Deputy Minister of Regional Operation. In all cases and in all categories, all of the requests are escalated to headquarters and assigned to a case reviewer in the National Operations Team to make sure that we are presenting the right request to the appropriate authorities and to ensure that we're also kind of working together as a whole to support national consistency and to support families and knowing more what to expect by increasing our information sharing and learning from cases that may happen in one region or the other. Next slide. The Appeals Secretariat is also something that we are been working on for a while. It's something that we are very happy to be seeing a full implementation in the upcoming months during the summer of 2021. And it is to provide for a out-of-government appeals secretariat where we're having the requests that are appealed heard by experts in the fields of health, social, and education, and will be part of an external appeals review committee. We will have a group of 12 consultants. Right now, we have 6 who are in the contracting process, and we have recently posted to receive RFP for the remaining 6 consultants, and those are closing tomorrow So if any of you are looking for a last minute bid, the bid is closing tomorrow. And we've really tried to share it wide so that we have the best candidates possible to be part of the External Appeals Review Committee. And that will be separate from the rest of the Jordan's Principle operation and will be managed by the Chief Medical Officer of Public Health, Dr. Tom Wong. We're in the final stages of preparing that full transition and really looking forward to working with these 12 external professionals to replace the work that Valerie and Joanne Wilkinson have been doing on the Appeals Committee for many years now. Next slide. Here it's to speak to the COVID-19 context in which we've all been in over the last year. And as we know, in all of our programs and services, there have been important impacts on our delivery. And of course, there's been impact on Jordan's Principle and the type of products and services that families are seeking seeking support for. So at the beginning of the pandemic, we've really seen impressive surges in requests for grocery, technology for online learning to support children who were not able to attend school physically. And we've seen particularly large surges of requests from Northern Region and Alberta early in the fiscal year. With COVID investments and Indigenous community support funds, we've seen decrease of requests for food security, but this is still something that we're seeing, and we're providing in some cases short-term food support to families who've been impacted by the pandemic. Other example of COVID-19 requests that we've received are respite, childcare, cleaning product, educational assistive device, and food allowances. And the laptop and education technology are the most frequently approved products. We're reviewing all requests with an added lens of the impacts of the pandemic. And definitely, we're looking at it with the lenses of best interest of the child, culture, and substantive equality, and in comparing some and what is happening in the provinces and territory and what's the established normative standard. And next slide gives us a sense of the volume of requests we've gotten through Jordan's Principle. We've received approximately 2,000 requests for products and services. About 1,500 of them have been approved through individual requests, and 1,100 items were requested through group request and approved. So there's been some denials related to COVID, and that was mostly as the early onset of the pandemic, and many of those we've continued working with as the pandemic evolved and as other solutions were brought forward by the department. And would like to turn it over again to Valerie so that she can speak to us about what's coming up and the long-term approach on the next slide.
Thank you very much, Julien. So since 2018-19, we've been able to have much more comprehensive analysis on the administrative data, not personally identifiable data, just administrative data. So we could look at trends of the type of requests that are being received, not just at the national level, but regionally. And Julien mentioned that, and to be able to share that with First Nations so that, to help and support planning efforts. We've also been sharing those profiles with provinces and territories also for them to look at where there could be gaps in terms of access to provincial or territorial services. And there's been quite a bit of interest from them to take a look at that information. Of course, we're strongly encouraging them to have tripartite tables set up like exists, for example, in Alberta, so that they can really talk it through, between our department, their government, First Nations, and really sort of see what's happening. We've seen some positive movement in some provinces where they've made some adjustments to their policies or their programs to be more inclusive and to reach First Nations children, particularly on reserve, where there was that divide. It's definitely not the markers that we would all like to move. There are still barriers there, but I think the data is strong and gives us a good picture that we can use to sort of make an argument as to why some things are happening. There are a lot of requests that are based on substantive equality where there wouldn't necessarily be a public service that would be available to non-First Nation children to access that service, right? And it's the overall circumstances of the family or the community that identifies that need that Jordan's principle can meet. But there is still a significant proportion of requests that are services, public services, that would be accessible to non-First Nations children that are living in a very similar circumstance or setting. So it's those areas that I think require some focused conversations and some policy work and funding to be able to address them in a different way so that individual children and their families, service providers don't have to come through Jordan's principle in order to be able to have that need met. That need should just be automatically met. So we are sort of looking at the administrative data. We are also working with service coordinators, getting feedback from them to look at, how could we do things differently? One of the things Julia and I were just talking earlier today, and, we're seeing increases in number of requests being denied. Part of that is that, for one child, we may have, and we have in many circumstances, dozens and dozens and dozens of requests, right? So at the beginning, we would receive a request for a child for a service, but that quickly became multiple requests for that same child who is experiencing multiple unmet needs. That's absolutely logical. But what that's creating is like the need for a case management approach for that child, for that family, for that service provider that is serving multiple families in that particular situation. And the federal government and our department is not necessarily the best placed or the most appropriate place to support that type of case management, particularly because we have a call center set up and we have a setup where focal points are managing a ton of requests a day. So they are not set up to be case managers. The volume of requests that they have to manage is not suitable for them to become case managers. And while we've talked about potentially having some individuals, and I know Julien is working on that, some individuals at the national office that can be dedicated to working with those more complex cases and situations, particularly, for instance, children that are in palliative care circumstances, and need a different process to meet their needs even more expeditiously. That number of those complex cases is only going to grow over time. And so unless the federal government is going to start to set up major hubs of case managers, I think another model is important to consider that is First Nation led, that is First Nation controlled, where First Nations are making decisions about what services these children need. We see with group requests, for example, those are becoming recurrent year over year over year over year. These are becoming programs. And having a year-to-year request approval basis, depending on whoever the decision maker is at the regional office or at the national office, is precarious. In fact, it's becoming like pilot programs, which I think we have tried to move away from for years. So I think that, the interest that we would have as a department is to work with First Nations who are interested in putting in place a different model of implementation. None of that takes away Canada's obligations under the CHRT. Those are legal orders. Those are legal orders that do not have an expiry date. But it's the how those children are served where we have that flexibility to design something that will work better for those children, for those families. And in fact, you know, it will work better for everybody because the federal government can then focus on those more sort of unique or one-time or, you know, requests that don't necessarily require that type of case management approach or that type of ongoing relationship with families. That will always remain. There will always be those circumstances, whether it's COVID or it's something else, or there's a decision made by a school board to cut a certain service and children don't have access. And so we need to bridge that service until that can be resolved. Like there's always going to be that shift. And we will need to be there to respond. But there is a lot of predictability in terms of the ongoing nature of the needs that are currently being met that I think we can plan around. So I think that that's the conversation that we're very interested in having and looking at implementing those models now and working with First Nations on something that is locally designed, right? Like not a cookie cutter approach. Jordan's Principle is not a program. We don't have to fit a formula. Right? I think we are working on the basis of the 3 principles. Yes, we have, you know, obligations under the Financial Administration Act, of course, and we have conditions under the Treasury Board, and we have ministerial authorities, and we have these things. But we have done whatever we could to ensure that the flexibility to be able to respond to the orders are there, but also that First Nations can have some flexibility as well in terms of how the services can be provided to their kids. I think Julien has mentioned the continuous quality improvement approach. We developed a management control framework for Jordan's Principle with the Jordan's Principle Operations Committee a couple of years ago, and we've used it to sort of guide the development of the guide. But I think there, you know, continues to be improvements that are needed and adaptations that are going to be required based on the volume increases. You know, Julien mentioned the fact that the any cases that are escalated needed to go to the ADM of regional operations. You know, the reason that we put that in place, that was in August of 2017, is because we had a child who was in palliative care that needed a multitude of requests. And, you know, there were delays and processing administrative things that happened that shouldn't have happened to the family. And so, you know, the child was not able to access all the services and supports that they could have prior to their very tragic passing. So we decided that we would have all of the denial authority resided in one person based on that role. And that was me back in August of 2017. But the volume that we had then is not the volume that we have now. So that one person has a job with a lot of other responsibilities and functions, including to COVID planning and vaccination. And so, you know, the backlog that we would get, it's just not manageable. But that's also why I think, you know, looking with First Nations to see how can First Nations approve requests, even if First Nations don't want to deny requests, but how can First Nations have a decision-making role, particularly where things have been in place already. You know, we know, you know, how to move forward and how to do some implementation so that we can, again, sort of adapt the approach based on what we know today and based on the volume of what we're managing today. And we're open to a lot of other ideas. So, you know, really want to encourage people to either identify your regional representative under the Jordan's Principle Operations Committee so they can bring forward ideas, whether you want to bring forward ideas directly to the ISK-FNIB regional office or to Julien and his team at the national level. I think we're really open to looking at, you know, what ideas people have, what models, what proposals, so that we can continue to innovate in terms of the approach. I think that there's a next step slide, I believe, so we'll just go to that. So Julien has mentioned the Appeals Secretariat implementation. We're also, as he's mentioned, retroactively reviewing requests that had been denied based on eligibility, now that we have the expanded definition of First Nation child for Jordan's Principle. There was a request to the Jordan's Principle Operations Committee to look at developing or setting up a Jordan's Principle and Buds person. So we did receive the authority to be able to co-develop that with the parties to the tribunal complaint. So, of course, including the FN. And we have contracted or funded, not contracted, my apologies, funded independent researchers to actually look at options that will be presented to the Consultation Committee on Child Welfare eventually. I think the updating of the Jordan's Principle Guide and making sure that we do receive feedback from service coordinators as well as regional offices and so forth to continue to improve operations. And then I've mentioned the longer term approach and working collaboratively with First Nations to look at how we could demonstrate that models could be effective in terms of providing better services to kids. And Matt, I will turn it back over to you. Thank you so much. Willali.
Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Julien. I do have a few questions that are being sent to me from the participants. Are the services of psychologists included for diagnosing learning disabilities or autism support? How does a child and family seek this type of assessment in, for example, a remote First Nations community in the Northwest Territories? Interesting, challenge.
Do you want to start, Julien? Or, I mean, I can do it as well, whatever you'd like.
Well, I think that's an easy answer to the extent that mental health services is one of the most common category of requests we're getting. We're definitely heavily involved in meeting the unmet mental health and wellness needs of children and in working with other mental health services and programs. So depending on the circumstances, I would invite the family to submit an individual request through their region. If it's through, let's say if it's Ontario, to the Jordan's Principle focal point, and the information is available on the website, who they can contact. And if it is, let's say, a teacher or somebody working for a health center, and they know of many children having a common or similar unmet need, they can, as well in collaboration with the regional office, work on a group request so that they are able to identify which mental health providers would provide the most appropriate service given the needs of the children, the other considerations that are important, such as having experience working in a community or in a special cultural context. And then they could work with those providers and provide them with the support to travel to the community and deliver that services to more than one child at a time. And of course, in COVID, we've also supported providers to deliver their services online, and we've seen all types of kind of adjustment service delivery modalities to support best public health practices and ensure that the children are able to have different ways of continuing to access the approved products and services that they need.
Is it me, or is that the sounds going in and out a little bit there? I'm just wondering if it.
It's not you, Matt. I had the same problem with Julien as well. So maybe Julien, maybe your phone, your headphone is
rubbing against it or something. Okay. This probably goes along a little bit what you were talking about, Valerie, in terms of how you're getting a lot of similar requests. And you're saying it's almost becoming a program. I guess based on the past requests and lessons we have learned since 2016 for the most commonly requested items, could these items not be added as a non-insured health benefit items? This would certainly clear up some of the backlog regarding acquiring services, not only for Jordan's Principle potential clients, but as well for FNCFS agencies having to provide for our children in care.
Yeah, we've made some changes to an IHB based on, non-insured health benefits based on some of the trending with respect to Jordan's principle. But unfortunately, nothing is ever that simple. So for example, now that the definition of First Nation child has also been expanded significantly under Jordan's principle, the non-insured health benefits program is still specific to registered First Nations children, while Jordan's principle is broader than that. But it's not, of course, you're absolutely correct that where we see things that could be added to the non-insured health benefits program to at least address that need for registered First Nations children, it's something absolutely that we are looking at. But often what we see though are things that would not necessarily be medically required in that sense. So I'll give you an example. When you look at medical transportation, right now we will pay for a medical escort, right? So somebody unless you're a prenatal mom and you will be able to have an escort just to be with you from the perspective that you're pregnant and you need support. But for the most part, we pay for medical escorts. We are often receiving requests under Jordan's principle for a second relative or a second caregiver to come and support, and often or for another child, the sibling, to accompany, because the mother, if the mother is accompanying her child to a medical appointment, she wants to bring the younger sibling, for example, for various reasons. So those are examples of things that we would consider to be compassionate care supports. That the non-insured health benefits program is very focused on medical recommendation, medical evidence. But a lot of what we are supporting through Jordan's principle, I would say, is beyond that. Jordan's principle also gives us the flexibility to go beyond sometimes frequency or different more tailored and customized approaches for the child, while the NIHB program is more formulaic and has more specific criteria of what's eligible, which can be a limiting factor with respect to certain children. I don't know, Julien, if you would have anything more specific also that you could add about NIHB and the link with Jordan's principle.
And there's a lot of interactions, given that we're both services that we're working directly with clients. So, and they have a lot of experience and expertise in things like dental and pharmacy that definitely do require us to work closely together and to maximize their expertise. On Valerie's point, it's definitely a challenge for us to identify ways of seeing how Jordan's principle could hand off components of our business to Jordan's principle, to NIHB. But I do believe that there are opportunities for us based on the data and based on a better understanding of some of the products and services that we're approving and how their frequency could maybe be amenable to some type of a normalization through an NIHB approach. But that is definitely something that we're doing very carefully because we want to protect what Jordan's principle is able to offer. Our added value is that we're looking at each request for the specific information that's contained, and it allows us to really sometimes do amazing things that we would be unable to find a solution for if we were in a policy-driven approach or a very parametered environment. So I do see opportunities for us to make some progress in increasing the predictability of what we can cover or not, because we're hearing that question often. What's the list of things that I can offer to Jordan's principle? So there's advantage and disadvantages to our model, but we're really wanting to make sure that we're not losing all of the precious advantages that we're able to do for families and children.
Thank you for that one. What is Canada doing to educate professionals on Jordan's principle?
I can speak a little bit to that. So we've definitely done multiple presentations to professional associations. We've done collaborative webinars with different professional associations. Definitely asked that they promote marketing materials that we've made available. But, you know, it's an ongoing initiative. Like, you have to do it all the time, right? You can't just do it once. And that's not always easy to, first of all, find the time, but also, you know, to get the attention of some of the professional associations and provider networks that are also really busy. You know, ideally, I think if we can get to a place where, and more that's happening, where there is mandatory education or training for particularly health professionals at the moment, or health providers specific to Indigenous health, if there's ways in which we can specifically make sure that information about Jordan's Principle, the Inuit Child First Initiative, is shared in that context, I think that would be incredibly helpful. But if we are open to any invitation to be able to do that, and our regional offices also can bring that forward. We do definitely leverage the network that we have through non-insured health benefits. And we have in particular made some focused efforts, for example, for pharmacists, so that they know that if something is denied through the automated claims processor, that it could be submitted under Jordan's Principle. So it's difficult because, you know, if you go to the pharmacy and you got a prescription from your doctor and the pharmacist says, well, this was denied, you know, then you have to call the call center and then sort of ask them. It would be better if there was more of an automated approach, but we do need the pharmacist to be involved in that because we're not there at the point of care. The point of care person is the pharmacist. So it is a critical, mission critical point for us to be able to have more referrals directly to Jordan's Principle from service providers.
I'm not sure if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think that the outreach with association colleges, with all types of professional organization is definitely, as Valerie mentioned, something we need to do on an ongoing basis. And we receive invitation regularly to present to those groups, and we are happy to accept a new invitation. But there's also on a case-by-case basis, our regional offices are working closely with those who either want more information to understand how they can be registered provider or do direct billing, or how does it work. So we really have a strong infrastructure between regions where if there's general inquiry or questions about how it works, that people are able to learn more about Jordan's Principle that way as well.
See, this is a question, I guess, around you know, the politics of all this in terms of what is the stance of other political parties with regarding Jordan's Principle? If there's an election or another government takes over, the question is what happens to Jordan's Principle? Well,
the Tribunal legal orders are not politically influenced. So I would say that the legal orders, I mean, they're legal orders. You know, they were issued by a human rights tribunal. So Canada will remain subject to those regardless of the political leadership. You know, and I mean, I can't speak to political parties' views with respect to Jordan's Principle. Honestly, I could not. But you know, from my perspective, you know, I think that we follow the law in this context, and Jordan's Principle is the law.
Where there might be some variations in terms of how you implement, perhaps, or, you know, that might change a little bit.
Well, we need funding for sure, you know, to be able to pay the bills, and you know, we do need to. I think the open collaboration partnership with First Nations is critical. In order to make this a success, right? We can't be at odds with each other. We can't have sort of different interests in mind. The interests of the child has to be our primary goal, you know, and we have to work together towards that. So, you know, I do think that having a positive relationship environments politically on the First Nations side, on the federal side is very helpful for the public service to work within. You know, but I can't speak to what would happen in the context of an election. You know, I think that we will provide apolitical advice with respect to Jordan's Principle. That is our ethical obligation within the public service, and we will do that. We will rely on AFN and First Nations chiefs across the country to provide their political views.
Thank you. With transportation and accommodation services to bring kids with disabilities and care to community gatherings and ceremonies, powwows, or get teachings from elders be applicable under Jordan's Principle for children with disabilities and in care?
Yeah, so I've seen requests of that nature, sometimes for individual families and sometimes for, community activities. We would encourage people to think about, if they have multiple families that would have that common need, to sort of look at that collaboratively. And that would be something that would be considered absolutely, particularly if you have an expert or a health professional or social professional or someone who can speak to the need and the circumstance in the community. And while this transportation is essential, I think we would definitely receive that request.
How do you determine the rates for services like respite and tutoring?
So we do not have set rates. So again, this is something that is different than non-insured health benefits, where we reimburse on a pretty fixed basis. I mean, there's still variations across the country and so forth, but we negotiate those. With respect to Jordan's Principle, there is more variability based on the provider, the local, the location of residence, or where the service is being accessed, the specific need. So, respite is, a fairly common service in Jordan's Principle, but I would say that it's delivered in very different ways, depending on the specific circumstances of the child or of the family. There are children, for example, where establishing a trust relationship with a respite worker is very challenging. And so families are absolutely firm on, someone that the child knows, that the child has worked with, that already has that relationship coming into the home. So, you have to factor all of these elements in with respect to the need. But we do look at proportionality generally. Like, we've seen requests where rates are, much beyond anything that we've seen elsewhere. Where that happens, we will of course go back to the requester to sort of ask for sometimes justification as to why that rate. But we don't have a set fee schedule for all of the specific areas in which we're receiving requests. I don't know, Julien, if there's anything more you'd like to add on that point.
No, I think, Valerie, you're covering how it's both, in some cases, allowing us to make the right decision and making sure that the child is accessing the right service. There's also some consequences. We've heard about how in some communities it's creating a lot of price wars or overinflation of some cost. And I think that that's back to the importance of working on group requests or on First Nation-led model that communities, health directors, and leadership can negotiate contracts, can ensure that those who practice in their community are doing so within a context that kind of increases the ability for people to ensure that there is quality of the service, that there's value for the funding approved. Because definitely that's something that is more difficult from our perspective, seeing the volume and all of the things that are already approved, to monitor and to readjust, or to ensure that the services are delivered in a way that respects and follows the family's desire.
One thing I'll just add, Matt, very quickly is, things that sometimes we when we look at a request, we will raise questions about is sometimes the number of hours, like, when tutoring is being proposed for 3 or 4 hours a day for a child for 5 days a week and they're full-time in school, where we see also a service provider that is submitting multiple requests for a group for children individually, but it's like a form letter or a form request, and it's exactly the same for different children, without sort of the professional recommendation around that. So those are things that we do question, because we want to ensure that this is about the child receiving the service and not the service provider. That is we look at it from the child's lens, and sometimes service providers will just sort of take the cost of delivering service to 15 kids and for their practice, and they'll just divvy up the amount by 15 and they'll submit the request. So that doesn't work, right? For Jordan's principle, that's not the point. The point is, so is there a professional recommendation for that child? Is there an education assessment that recommends tutoring? And, is the level of tutoring something that you would expect for a child at that age, type of thing? That's what we look for. It's not a perfect system for sure, but it's what we have to work with. We do not have a rule-based model here.
A lot of detail, I would imagine, right? Seeking a lot of detail for every
Yes.
list.
Yes.
Why do some supports vary from province to province?
You could ask the provinces and the territories. Sorry, I don't mean to be flippant about it, but I think, Canada is a very, very, very diverse country where there's a lot of decentralized decision making within provinces and even territories, not just at the government level, but like with various different authorities that are delegated by those provinces and territories. So there is a tremendous amount of variability with respect to services that can be accessed. If you go on to the Government of Ontario website, for example, I haven't done it recently, but they used to post the wait times that would be required, or that you could expect for children's mental health access to services, like by city. And it was really surprising to me to see some cities that are very well connected, have multiple hospitals and like some great hubs, and then the wait time would be, months on end. And then you would look at another town that you would think would be more underserved and smaller, and the wait time was like 4 times the size. So, I do think there are a lot of factors that influence that variability. And I think that speaks to why, Jordan's principle gives us an opportunity that we don't have typically through a program or a service model that is more formulaic, because it gives us an opportunity to bridge the child to access that service. It doesn't mean we're going to replace all of the services. That's not manageable. It's not sustainable, but we can bridge. So we have a number of families that say, I've applied, but I haven't received confirmation yet, and I'm really worried that my child is going to be set back if I can't begin the service now. And so we'll say, okay, so we'll bridge you, and then we'll keep in touch. And for whenever that confirmation happens, whether you access the service or maybe you're denied, and then we consider it on a different basis. The other thing that we have the opportunity to do is, service delivery organizations like schools, for example, can be limited for sure in terms of, for example, their special education resources. So in those cases, there are children that need full-time education assistance, and that's not provided to other children in the school. But with Jordan's principle, we have the opportunity to do that if that's what's professionally recommended. So again, there's lots of variability. Even different schools can offer different supports.
How is ISC responding to water infrastructure, housing needs, and are they working across departments to meet the needs of the children? It's a tough one.
Well, obviously, I think people do know that our department has multiple other responsibilities beyond Jordan's principle, including funding housing, and right now with First Nations co-developing a housing strategy. I think that, people are aware of the commitments to end long-term drinking water advisories and prevent short-term drinking water advisories from becoming long-term, and all of the work to create more sustainable safe drinking water infrastructure in communities. I think one of the things that we had talked about with the parties through the consultation committee on child welfare a couple of years ago was to develop a policy frame to inform policymaking and decision-making in the federal public service specific to the interests of First Nations children. And we had developed a draft of that. And I think, it is something that I'm still personally very interested in championing, because I think that the point that is being made likely in the question is, when investment decisions are being made or infrastructure is being prioritized, is the interests of the child that is part of those decisions. And I think it should be absolutely, and I think it absolutely is at a community level. But it's like, how do you prevent a disconnect from happening between the federal piece and what actually happens on the ground in communities? I mean, it's an excellent question. I can't fully answer it, but I do think that the way that we have a gender-based analysis plus framework approach, for example, that's mandatory across the federal government, it would be wonderful for our department to have similarly that type of a policy framework or lens specific to First Nations children. And I hope we can continue that work with the Consultation Committee on Child Welfare.
Thank you. I guess you were talking a little bit about this idea of case management. I guess the question here is what supports are available to First Nations to do case management for their children and families accessing Jordan's Principle?
Julia, why don't you take that one so I can drink a sip of water?
Absolutely. So definitely the service coordination is an important component of the Jordan's Principle implementation. Many organizations on and off reserve are receiving service coordination funding to be able to work with families at the first line of contact in proximity to navigate services, to identify what other services or programs may be available to meet the needs of the child. And that is only the start, if we can say so. I think that the goal is to continue building on service coordination and in the other children's program. We have a bit of a legacy program called Maternal Child Health, and that does allow for communities to give themselves the possibilities of setting up case management, family support approaches, and clearly we need to look at this on the whole as Jordan's Principle being here now to bridge some of the gaps in system, but how can we go to a system solution to the needs that families and children have. And this case management question is, I think, the first step in identifying resources and functions and people so that families, when they have a child that they would like to better understand what's needed, what could help them thrive, what could meet their development milestone, what type of supports would respond to the assessment or the diagnosis they've received, or to access diagnosis or assessment services. We play an important role in this right now through Jordan's Principle, and we can fund assessment, fund diagnosis, but the core systems and the functions so that each community have those people who are able to engage in meaningful conversations with the families, to develop kind of a pathways or a continuum of services that will allow the families to either access community-based services, access other types of services that may be already in place, but also can work with them to submit a Jordan's Principle application when there's nothing that meets the specific needs of those children. So it's a system solution. All of our programs are involved. We've heard about child and family services, education, other healthy child development program, Indigenous early learning and childcare. And how can we work with communities so that communities have those kind of case managers or those prime first point of contact for families to be able to kind of thread all of those services and support and make sense of them in the context of that family.
Merci, Julien. What are some of the common reasons that an application may be denied?
Well, I mean, like if there's not, like the documentation isn't there, sometimes there's a lack of specificity around what is the service that's being required, who's going to provide it, like we need, in order to be able to make a commitment, we're also making a funding commitment, right? So we need information that enables us to do that. There's eligibility as well. So even with the expanded definition, there are still individual children that don't meet the definition of First Nation child that are coming forward. Sometimes, we also see social media posts that seem to be misleading. Go to Jordan's Principle, they'll fund you a laptop. Well, Jordan's Principle is a First Nation specific initiative, and that's not always clear. Social media kind of spreads pieces without context. So, that happens. We also have the age factor, right? So we are still within the provincial or territorial age of majority. So some children have gone beyond that age when we're receiving requests. And we do receive requests that are not specific to the child. So they may be a need for the parent or for the family, and but not specifically for a child. Can you think of others, Julien, just off the top of your head, in terms of some common reasons for denial?
Well, back to your first point around the supporting documentation. Sometimes it's the story that's missing a little piece that allows us to understand, like, okay, there's a need here, but we can't understand why this product or this service is requested. So sometimes it is about the linkage between what the need is and what the requested product or services, what the request is for. So that's definitely one that we're seeing often, where a doctor or a professional is saying this child has this specific need. And in that letter, we don't see what would meet that need or what services the child needs. And then we have another kind of a requested product or service that is not directly tied to the documentation that we have. So that does either create a context where we have to go back and ask questions or work with the family to say, okay, we see that you have this diagnosis, you have this assessment, you have this unmet need. Can you work with us to try to help us understand why this is the product or the service that you're requesting, and how it meets the unmet need?
Julien, how would you accommodate food security when Jordan's Principle is based on gaps in services? For example, Nutrition North is a government program, yet it does not meet the needs of the North.
Oh, that's an excellent question. And it's just so timely, because we have seen, I think prompted by COVID initially, we have seen a growing number of food-related requests in the North in particular, both on the Jordan's Principle side and on Inuit Child First Initiative. What I see, and Julien can add, but what I see often are like more short-term requests for groceries for a couple of months for families that either are in a different economic circumstance or a different family situation altogether. Like families, parents that have separated for various reasons, families that have had to relocate, for other reasons. Like there's a number of confounding factors or prompting factors that create that situation for families. And while we absolutely do approve sort of one-time or bridge funding, Jordan's Principle, Child First Initiative can't replace the ongoing need for more affordable foods for all families in the North. And so, thankfully there is new funding now that has been announced through, agriculture, and there is some funding that is being provided through that, but to supplement what Nutrition North can provide. But I think it's clear that this is, a very important need. Some service coordination organizations have come forward with group requests for school, even lunch programs, right? So they might have a breakfast program, but they want a lunch program. They want a hot lunch program. They want to coordinate it so that multiple different families and communities or schools can benefit because of the costs of being able to ship food up north. So to maximize the reach to families, right? So we have been able to do that under certain circumstances. We have, but I would say that, again, it goes to my first comment in the opening about we see the cracks in the social safety net and they still exist. And so, we've asked our Northern Regional Office in particular to work with those areas where we've seen more requests. Like it's not everywhere, right? But there are particular communities where the food bank are not able to meet the need, and they don't have access to other social programs that locally that really can help them. And then we've seen other areas where the social supports are meeting the need of those families, right? So it's not consistent. And I think we do need to focus on those particular areas, where clearly there's a gap. So I don't know, Julien, if there's more that you'd like to add.
I think that your point around when there's disruptions in lives of family, that we're able to support a bridge, or they're able to support them in the transition to get themselves either to access other kind of social supports program, or get back on a social housing list, or get back on an income support process. Those are definitely things that we're playing a role in, and also wanting to work with the service coordinator so that the family is as some, if possible, some support in getting on those other lists that will be or other supports that will be more ongoing and systematic.
Is there training available for case managers or service coordinators?
Every region is working with their service coordinator network. The aspect of case management is one that we need to learn more about, what service coordinating organization wants to do, how they want to grow into that role and build upon it. As I mentioned earlier, the maternal child health program has allowed for service coordination to happen, often for the younger children and for the pregnant women. So definitely there are some pieces that we could build on and work with service coordinations and communities to increase the case management capacity and to better support those in those roles. But that is something that we need to do more work with partners on defining the needs and identifying who's best positioned to deliver those and provide that top of the line training that families deserve.
We have time for one more question, and I have one more question. With respect to CHRT 36 and recognizing a child for the purposes of Jordan's principle, must the community follow the process as laid out by ISC, or could a simple letter or email from the band suffice?
Julien?
So the process is one that was discussed between the parties to help throw some parameters as to how it would happen and under what circumstances community recognition for the purposes of Jordan's principle happen. And in this context, we've developed a form or kind of a document that communities can use, but we were also going to accept and work with different means of recognizing membership for the purposes of Jordan's principle. We know that in very urgent circumstances, we can do it over the phone, and we also know that in some cases, community have not identified a designated official to do so. So we'll work with the chief, or we'll work with the leadership in the communities to facilitate that process and to make sure that we're doing everything we can with the family and the communities for the process to be understood. But letters and emails, especially in this COVID context, is definitely something that we're able to work with.
Yeah, I think just to add quickly, I mean, and Julien mentioned it, but the key point for us is to make sure that we're not presuming that the First Nations leadership has mandated somebody, and that hasn't been the case, right? Recognizing a child as an important community authority. And so we just need the confirmation that the individual that is saying, yes, this child is recognized, hasn't been designated to fulfill that function by the leadership, if it's not, the chief directly. So that's really what to keep in mind. It's not the email or the this or the that. It really is about the authority within the person, the individual that we are hearing that from. Because we don't want to get into a situation where, a chief calls us and says, why did you recognize this person? And we said, well, so-and-so, just told us, and they said, well, who told you that so-and-so was designated by myself, right? Like, so we can't usurp the chief's authority in that context.
I think we might have time for one more. Is there a standard letter or form that can be used for making professional recommendations? We are hearing cases of regional focus points asking for more information needs to be included in the letter from a professional recommending services to explain the unmet need. Professionals are having to rewrite letters several times and may result in the professional not wanting to provide letters of support for Jordan's principal request because of the burden this creates.
We have some information in the guide, but Julien, we don't have a standard form that people have to fill out. It wouldn't work anyway because the incredible diversity of requests that are coming in, it's just totally I don't know how you would create a template that would fit for everybody in that. I think what we ask people to do is to really speak to the expertise that they're bringing in terms of their assessment of the child or the recommendation for that particular child, and explain the product or the service or that is required and why that is. I think that's the simplest way to do it. But I do think there is more information specifically in the guide. Julien, any further information?
And there's some information on the website as well that can explain what type of professional and what the supporting documentation can contain. I fully agree with Valerie that the template, if anything, might create more obstacles to understanding the specific circumstance.
It's getting slower and slower.
It's because time's up. Can play a role. We are looking at what is the need of the child. And I was just saying, what are the capacity they're able to speak to that need, and how is the requested products or service coming in.
Just trying to be patient. So the end of a sentence will start to show up. They will. Merci. We do have a couple other questions, but I'm completely out of time. I'll let those participants know that we will follow up directly with them with regards to these questions. And I guess it's along the lines of transferring jurisdiction or for, I guess, decision-making in the hands of First Nations. Maybe that's something that's for the future conversation. With that, I do want to thank Dr. Valerie Gidnian, Associate Deputy Minister ISK, and Julien Castagui from Acting Director, Jordan's Principal Indigenous Services, for joining us and for taking all those questions. There were a lot of questions, and I want to thank you for giving that time. I think we had about 35 minutes there or 40 minutes for questions. So Miigwech, thank you very much for that. And I think we'll see Julien demain. So that's pretty good.
Right.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So with that comes the end of day one. And I think I'm 3 minutes late. So I understand if you've already left, because I am already 3 minutes late in terms of my agenda. I do want to thank all our participants and all our guests. I do want to let everyone know that we are making a donation in their names to the Jordan's Principal Scholarship. So we want to thank them for that. Tomorrow, also, that little link at the bottom of your page allows you to get all the information. All the PowerPoint presentations will be put up there eventually, but all the supporting documents are available with a quick little click at the bottom there. I want to thank everyone for their questions. The questions always ended up coming to me. I think I just missed 2, so that was not too bad. I'm being told that we have about 933 participants or people out there who tuned in, so obviously a very important topic to everyone out there. We start again tomorrow at 11 Eastern. So we're back here. We ask everyone to probably tune in or log in around 10 minutes before. Make sure the technology is working and that you're fully able to participate. Visit the AFN website, afn.ca. I want to go a little bit over what we're going to do tomorrow. So in terms of tuning your dials in, tomorrow we'll hear innovations in Jordan's Principal, care and service models. And I think we have 3 community members or community representatives who speak a little bit on their experience. And Julien will join us for that first panel. We'll also have an innovation on Jordan's principle, part by administrative models. So that'll be an interesting conversation we have again. Alberta, Nova Scotia, Ontario, and Julien, of course, is always there because Julien always it talks to everybody. So it's important that Julien be there. And lastly, we'll bring back our lawyers from today, and that's Stuart, David, and Sarah. And they'll talk about substantive equity in the context of Jordan's principle. And that's our day for tomorrow. So once this is done, don't leave right away because I'm going to bring our elder back out. And that's going to be Elder Sakani will come and join us to close our session today. I believe he's coming to join us for a session today, or maybe he isn't. But I believe he is. Is Elder Sakani going to join us for closing? Or maybe not. He might just join us for closing at the end of the final day. So I think oh no, there he is. Here's Ed. I see Ed there. He's not supposed to come back. Oh, so Ed's just
there now. We have to.
Do you want to say a few words, Ed? I brought you back up to the stage. I might as well ask you to see if you want to say a few words in comments or thoughts about our day 1, and maybe encourage everyone to come back at day 2.
I really enjoyed the presentations from this morning. I mean, it really did resonate on how much that still needs to be done, the work that's involved. And from the government's perspective, I think they need a lot more work within their own area to really bring Jordan's spirit alive and helping all the families. Because, when I first heard of Jordan, my question is, why did he have to come into the world this way? Of course, and the answer I got is, why not? Because of the fact that I went into ceremony when I was asking that, and I was just told that here's this young child who became an angel to us, had a purpose, and he left a legacy that one side is trying to really bring up to its level of excellence. And then we have the other side who are sort of resisting because it's justice, really. That's what it is. It's justice. And the thing about it is that I really admire our people for not giving up on this, especially Dr. Blackstock. I mean, she's been leading this, and also with Regional Chief Hart, who's been, as far as I know, since I've known him, been involved with this. So, and of course, all the other workers that are involved in this, from the community level up. I know there's some good people in my community that really push the Jordan principle, for the community. But I think with the AF and staff, we have a few leaders at that end who are really taking this whole wonderful legacy to task, so that other children will benefit. And I will pray that we will find the proper solutions one day for everyone to be satisfied with. And I will also pray that our leaders, the workers, the people up front, the frontline people, don't get tired. And I think that's what this is all about. So there you go, Matthew.
Take care of yourself.
Okay.
With that, everyone, Gigwa Min Minawa, thank you very much for joining us. I promise tomorrow to be less pink and maybe take some inspiration from our ex-leader in the South and maybe go with a little more orange. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. I do wish everyone well. Do stay safe. Do stay well. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern as we continue our conversation on Jordan's principle. Gigwa Min Minawa.